Sorry guys, I was trying to get in on the front end and I'm just trying to see what's happening. So just give me 1 second, all right?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second annual Caribbean Creative Virtual Summit hosted by the Fashion Arch. My name is Racolia Phillip. I'm a content creator, marketer, and founder of Sister Isle Digital, and I will be your host today for the second Caribbean Creative Virtual Summit. It's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Aine Earl Williams, founder and lead consultant of the Fashion Arch, to welcome you and give us some information on the reason behind this summit and what we can expect throughout the day. An avid supporter and advocate of Trinidad and Caribbean fashion and culture, coupled with her educational background in tourism and hospitality management, Aine thrives on attaining quality service, awareness, and acceptance of local talents and products. The Fashion Arch prides itself in bridging a gap for designers by enhancing their marketing and branding foothold while assisting with opportunities for new business and partnership. Aine has worked with designers and events across the region, as well as in New York City and Washington, D.C., over the past 6 years, taking her events online during the height of the pandemic, hosting 5 successful virtual pop-ups between 2020 and 2021 for local and international viewing, and moving her physical pop-ups to a boutique setup this year in 2022. She has worked with and represented brands at Pomposette out of Barbados, Collection Moda in Jamaica, Caribbean Style and Culture in Washington, D.C., Suriname Fashion, CBM Momentum in New York, and is a past board member of the Fashion Association of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Aine Earl Williams.
Thank you so much, Ricolia. Thank you so much for that. All right. Good morning, all, and welcome again to our second virtual summit. So, rising out of the ashes of a global pandemic, some bruised, some scarred, others broken but not destroyed, you have managed to emerge with a newfound strength and determination to continue or begin a new journey. Congratulations to each and every one of you here today. You are the epitome of what a true creative represents. My name is Aine Earl Williams, founder and lead consultant of the Fashion Arch, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second Caribbean Creative Virtual Summit. We have all made a conscious decision to attend this event as we collectively seek to connect and collaborate with other creatives to design success strategies, increase awareness, and promote achievement with the creative sector. I believe that the GWTT and YBTT through Global Entrepreneurship Week has provided the perfect forum for entrepreneurs to celebrate each other, share ideas, and be around like-minded individuals working towards a similar cause and purpose. The theme for 2022 should bring joy to the heart of any creative. The theme embraces the next generation of entrepreneurs. It places emphasis on unleashing the creative potential, welcoming a new breed of fellow creatives. This new breed of creative entrepreneur has emerged, and this means great things for us all. This signals not only more inclusion and education in our industry, but also expansion and diversification, which allows for greater opportunities and the creation of new inroads for us creators. We hope to provide this new entrepreneur with the tools to explore, start and grow their businesses, prepare for increased economic success, encourage networking and relationship building amongst an awesome group of go-getters. What does this new creative entrepreneur look like? The new generation of creatives, like the rest of us, embody transforming passion into products. They function at the top of the ecosystem. They are producers and creators regenerating a strained economy. The next generation of creative entrepreneurs also looks like the retrenched, the displaced, the unemployed, underemployed, and the school-leaving group among us all. As more and more persons come to terms with their changing status within society, they have shifted to expressing their passions, natural talents, and exploring alternative ways of using these abilities to create new and exciting income-earning opportunities, all while serving a population with a renewed appreciation for what the creative sector has to offer. We embrace the new face of the creative entrepreneur as we aim to celebrate, support, and uplift those among us, not forgetting those who struggled with systemic barriers and other creative and economic hindrances along their path. Today, we welcome our keynote speaker, Julian Henry, invited professionals, and other various creative speakers as we discuss an array of topics, including mindset and clarity, scaling, sustainability, and opportunities in the creative sector. Our innovation and creativity is unrivaled and cannot be easily categorized. We are thought leaders and the inspiration within our entrepreneurship realm. My hope is that we all leave with a renewed sense of awareness and a commitment to the development of the creative sector. Last but not least, I would like you to join me in paying my respects to a pioneer who's no longer with us, Ms. Janine Charles-Ferry. Ms. Charles-Ferry was a true trailblazer, cultural warrior, and a true creative and advocate for the arts and creative industries. She was our MC last year, a true supporter of the summit, and a great force who truly will be missed. Janine, this is for you. Once again, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Caribbean Creative Virtual Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayn, and thank you for those kind words and that tribute to Janine. All right, let's get things started. I just want to do a bit of quick housekeeping. If you have any questions, please feel free to use the comments tab on the side. You'll be prompted by your moderators as well during the individual sessions to use the Q&A tab. If there are any questions that are missed, we will try our best to follow up or get the questions onto the relevant speakers for you. We will begin with our keynote speaker, mentor, and consultant in entrepreneurship development, Mr. Julian Henry, who will be covering a very important topic, the ecosystem of entrepreneurship and how it affects the economy. Mr. Henry is an entrepreneurship development consultant with over 22 years training in local and regional experience in providing entrepreneurship, mentorship, and managing SME finance programs. He has been instrumental in the development and success of several entrepreneurship development programs throughout many parts of the Caribbean. His professional appointments include his current position as the entrepreneurship consultant at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine, and he is also the entrepreneurship unit and strategic consultant to Accel Caribbean, a regional entrepreneurship and SME financing company. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Julian Henry.
Great. Thank you very much, Ricola. Thanks a lot, Ayn, for inviting me. Good morning, everyone who's attending this summit. It's a real pleasure to sort of be here and talk a little bit about the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And to kick things off, it's a little bit rainy on my side. I'm sure it is on your side as well, but I think it's going to be a good day. So let's just get right in. And I'm going to go through a number of slides. It's not a whole lot. It's about 15 or 16 or so slides. And I'm going to talk about each one as I sort of move through the discussion. And I know Ricola and her team are going to be sort of monitoring the chat, monitoring your questions and comments. And if I don't catch it right away, they will be sure to remind me either during or somewhat towards the end. And I'll be very happy to try and answer your questions. Okay, so let's talk about the entrepreneurship ecosystem. The innovation and entrepreneurship, that whole innovation and entrepreneurship activity engagement, work that we do as creatives, as innovators and entrepreneurs. Those are really the key drivers for economic development. I mean, there's numerous studies done on the success of economies and the effect that innovative thinking, innovation and entrepreneurship, formation of companies, SMEs, those are really form the backbone of economic development. And really the success of innovators and entrepreneurs and SMEs in general, your ability to sort of be able to create, be able to implement and commercialize your creation and be successful in business does depend, yes, on you, but also depends in large part as to what is around you. And this is why I'm talking about the ecosystem per se. And I think it's really important as we talk about this topic that we talk about what are the different phases of innovation and entrepreneurship. I want to make sure that you understand that, because understanding where you are in your entrepreneurship journey or your innovation and entrepreneurship journey, and I'm using those two terms interchangeably, and that's for a reason, right? But understanding where you are in that journey is really critical for you to understand what resources do I need to tap into? What part of the ecosystem is really, at my stage of development, most appropriate for me to go after right now? And of course, we'll also talk about some of the challenges and gaps in the ecosystem, which we know there are gaps. And we have to try and find ways to work around those gaps, all right? So the slide that I have up on the screen right now is basically just a quick introduction, right? What is the entrepreneurship process? And we all know this. I'll reiterate it just, for those of you who just getting into entrepreneurship for the first time, so you get a sense of what type of thinking and what type of goals and objectives you want to sort of make sure you align yourself to. It's all about identifying a market gap or opportunity, and that's a big part of it. And you would be surprised how many people take that particular aspect for granted. They think they have an opportunity, but they haven't really analyzed and assessed the market properly, or really properly analyze what is the gap in the market before you jump right in. So it's identifying, but I'll probably stick a word inside there as well, identifying and analyzing the market gaps and opportunities that you can go after. So that's a big part of it. Investing in a new venture or a new innovation, and whether you get that investment capital from outside or you get that investment capital from you, your own self. This is basically, putting capital into forming your idea, doing the research necessary to get it to a point of market readiness, and then taking that further into commercialization. It's really the commercialization part of it, when you really convert that invention, that new creative idea, that new design, that new piece of either whether it is garment, clothing, jewelry, fashion, or whatever creativity, if you're in the fine arts. It's when you commercialize inventions, then you have an innovation on your hands, right? So just want to make that particular distinction. And of course, making all of the personal sacrifices, taking risks, owning the rewards and owning the failures, right? If you do well, that's all you. If you don't do well, that's also all you. So just a quick background onto that. But coming back to the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem and understanding where you are in your journey. So before I talk about, my own experience working in Trinidad and Tobago and the region, and the different players, support providers, and entities that are in the ecosystem, I want to make sure that we align what is out there with the different stages of your journey. And this slide sort of encapsulates that, right? If you look at your entire journey, whether you are creative, you're making new, fashion designs, whether you've invented some piece of technology, maybe some piece of equipment, machinery, or maybe some new fabric, right? This is a typical process that you would go through. Whether you go through each stage of the process is a different story. Right? What I mean by that is you could be the one that takes a product from stage 1 to 2, and you hand over to somebody to do stages 3, 4, and 5, and then hand over again to somebody to do stages 6, 7, 8. And that typically happens, right? So somebody invents a technology and they prototype it, they beta test it. In other words, this is some preliminary launch market testing, and it's fine, there's traction, it works well. And now somebody steps in at stage 6, puts the investment, the significant investment, and really sort of scales this up and commercializes it, right? But just to quickly sort of look at the different stages there. I do have stages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I know you're seeing that. And then I've put a little curly brackets around a couple of them. First one is ideation. Then the next one is research and development. And then at the last stage is commercialization. That's generally the process that you're going to go through, right? As entrepreneurs, let me just remind you again, you don't have to do all stages 1 to 8. You can pick up an idea from stage 5, look at it, and decide you want to invest in this and take this forward. You can take an idea from stage, let's say 1, and take it into stage 2 and possibly even 3 before someone else takes it up and does some maybe beta testing and market testing and then product refinement, right? Or you can be the one because, you know, you have resources or you have determination or you want to simply own all aspects of the rewards on this idea. You go through the entire process. That's what many of us try to do that, especially many of us who are, you know, small entrepreneurs, you know, single entrepreneurs in terms of, you know, one-man show, maybe a small team. When you develop some new idea, some new concept, some new fabric, some new design, you want to take it all the way, yes? Okay, fine, no problem. But just understand all of the different processes that you're going to follow to really be effective at this. The ideation, steps 1, you know, discovering where there is market opportunity, discovering that you can actually potentially fill that market opportunity. And then looking at step 2, that's actually a snapshot of a business model canvas, if you're wondering what that picture is supposed to represent. I always encourage entrepreneurs to use that business model canvas right after they've discovered an idea or an opportunity. And that business model canvas helps them to decide if they want to really take this thing forward. It kind of looks at all the different aspects of, you know, commercializing the idea. It looks at the potential business case for it per se. And it helps you to decide if you want to move into the next stages, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, etc., etc. Research and development is not just product quality and product performance testing. It's also market testing. You can do beta testing, stress testing of your product to see if there's market attractiveness, focus groups, etc., etc. And arising out of that is a more refined product, right? I do have a sample product looking there with the little headphones. It could be anything, right? That's just a representative. And of course, at stage 6, 7, and 8, stage 6 in particular is where you get very refined, detailed business planning because you're trying to attract an investor now. So you want to put proper, robust market assessment, market research, and your resulting market strategy that arise out of your market research. And of course, you definitely want to do some financial forecasting to sort of identify what's the likely revenue streams, earning potential, return on investment, etc. for this particular type of product. Even if you're an existing business and you decide you want to launch a new line, you want to analyze the revenue earning potential for that particular line within the context of your existing business, right? This isn't a business planning workshop, so I'm just going to basically touch on that. I really want to get to the ecosystem. And of course, if there is a good sense that this business plan is solid, that this is a feasible business plan, then you would likely attract some investment, if not all of the investment you were hoping for, that will enable you to launch. Either launch a brand new business enterprise or to launch a new line or a new product. It all boils down to the same type of process. You can use this process 1 to 8, whether you are starting out or whether you are an existing business seeking to innovate and implement something new within your organization or put out a new product within your organization. So you will see that the different stages require different sort of ecosystem support architecture. And sometimes at different stages, there's more support in different stages than in others, as you will see. Obviously, I'm sure everybody could put their hand up right now and says probably the commercialization and investment stage is the one stage where resources seems to be a little bit on the thin side in terms of looking at the ecosystem. But I'm going to talk about, what your options are so that you can get a good sense of that. Okay. I have this kind of nifty little slide. It just sort of reflects this particular diagram. All right. So this diagram shows you the different processes, and this is just a trajectory of your business in terms of funding, in terms of your spending and holding on to cash. Actually, do I have a little pointy laser pointer? Yes, I do. I do have a laser pointer. If you guys can see my laser pointer, I'm starting right about here. Someone say yes if you're seeing that. I guess that's a yes. I didn't hear anything, but I assume everybody is seeing it. So if you start somewhere at your business at a launch stage, you're going to start to burn cash. You're going to be spending cash. You're going to be dipping into your cash reserves, lowering your cash reserve, lowering your cash reserves. Hopefully, you're going to get to a point where you are able to now start generating a positive return on your spend. So every month you start earning cash rather than spending cash. And sooner or later, you're going to sort of break even, earn beyond what you originally started out with, and then start to grow and climb. Let me just close my laser pointer to make a real reference. This starting point here, this is your launch stage. That represents, close that laser pointer. That represents, open back laser pointer. This point here, well, let's say this point, actually 7 and 8. That's when your journey now starts, as we say. You like to say that. This is essentially you're now starting your business component of your entrepreneurial journey, and that's the curve diagram that I was trying to show earlier. That's what that represents, and it's important for you to understand this, because when we talk about the ecosystem, guys, what we're really talking about is what within the ecosystem allows us to do the things we need to do: research, development, startup, launch, early stage startup operation, growth stage, right? If you look just below here, I have sort of an indicator of, what's likely to be at play here in this stage. You haven't launched a business yet. You're basically doing research and development. You're refining your product. You're refining your fabrics, your material, your design, your concept. You're getting it to a point of market readiness that it's at its full potential for sale. And that's what you do when you're doing research, your product test, right? You get to that point. And you ain't getting no investment at that stage. That's not at the stage where private sector, investor, finance company, bank is looking at you with interest. They might look at you with interest, but they're certainly not taking the risk at this stage. This is highly unlikely that you're going to get investment at this stage. You might tap into grant funding, and I'll talk to you a little bit about some programs that do grant funding, right? If you do launch this new product line, you start your business, again, you are the startup phase. So you see the little, where's my laser pointer gone? Can I now go underneath here? Okay. If you do launch and you're at the, let's call it the startup phase, you're just starting your business. That startup phase could last for the first year. Eh? You could be in startup for a year, possibly even 2 years. And at that startup phase, again, a commercial bank, a serious investor might, look at your product or your idea with some interest, but it's going to be very difficult and very challenging for you to get access to investment capital to, really scale up your business operation. What you're really looking at is the type of angel funding or soft loan financing that might be available in some development finance companies, right? But and those are going to be small amounts. Those are going to be low risk, very closely managed. They're calling you every Friday, that sort of arrangement, it's very tightly managed. And that's different from when you surpass this hurdle here. You've turned around your business and you're getting to a point where you start to grow. Now you're in the growth phase. When an investor sees your reports, your financial reports, reflects that you are now entering the growth phase, you are showing increased sales, increased customer retention, increased numbers of, referrals, new business, you're entering new market areas, right? That's when the investor really becomes interested and they see a potential for a return on their investment. Most especially if the idea, the concept that you've come up with aligns to their industry experience. So obviously a tech investor is going to want to invest in technology. Somebody who's more familiar with, maybe fashion and creators and understand that industry will be, very interested in investing in new fashion innovations and, new fashion ideas that are coming out of, some of you guys. So again, if you align an investor to your philosophical thinking, your vision, your direction, and you demonstrate growth, you're now in a position where you can actually attract an investor and get your business really properly scaled up. So knowing where you are at your stage of business development with your product, with your new invention, is going to help you to sort of not waste time going after support entities that you're not on their wavelength and they are not on your wavelength at the point in time that you are in right now. So you really want to make sure you know where you are with regards to your journey. Okay, so just sort of share that slide, sort of emphasize this earlier slide to get a good sense of what that is. No need to sort of show this slide. I kind of slipped that one in there. Sometimes I put in this slide if I'm talking about business planning, okay? And let's call this one comic relief. If you did not do proper business planning, this is the likely scenario for your business idea, but most of us do business planning, and there's lots of, if it's one thing within our ecosystem, I have to say, there's a number of persons and entities and organizations that do provide business planning training, business planning support services, and business planning mentorship and guidance. So you should not, guys, be at a loss for figuring out, what's the best strategy for your business. So if this type of scenario happens to you, as it can happen, then it should not be as a result of, well, you decided not to do a business plan and you decide to just wing it. This should happen as a result of things like COVID. Who saw COVID coming around the corner? None of us. We had no idea. And so the unforeseen circumstances can hit us, and that's the risk of doing business. Remember, you own the rewards, but you own the risks and the failure if it happens, right? So I just throw that slide inside there. Okay. This particular slide, again, it ties into my earlier point about knowing where you are in your journey and knowing what you are likely to get access to. Again, this is a discussion on the ecosystem, and there are different stages within your business journey that different parts of the ecosystem will be either available or not available to you. And as I said before, there's a lot of support within our ecosystem. But in certain parts of where you are in terms of your business development, I find that the support is not as great. What I'm showing in this particular slide is similar, but with strong reference to innovation, right? Okay, so I'm talking about best or most likely financing options for you. We all want to know, when we talk about ecosystem, we all want to know about, okay, financing options. Where can I get who financing? Where can I get an investor? Where can I get loans or access to capital? So I'm going to speak a little bit about that in this slide. And I'm going to divide it into, you have a non-innovative idea or you have an innovative idea, okay? The thing about financing, especially in these days where the whole conversation in the economy is about, innovation and entrepreneurship development and economic diversification and sustainable development. All of those buzzwords align to, our becoming more innovative. We as a country are not doing so well, I'll tell you that, globally, when it comes to the World Innovation Index. I think we have crossed the 100 mark in terms of ranking, and we should be in the top. Well, we would like to be in the top 10, right? But you'll be battling with countries like the US and Sweden and some of those countries where there's almost innovations every week, right? We don't seem to put out innovations, and here's what I mean. I'm not saying we're not creative. We have creativeness coming out of our ears, guys. Creativeness like peas. I think once you're born in this country, you're naturally creative, right? Once you go to school in this country, you can create almost, design and create almost anything. That's different from commercializing that idea and innovating and creating new value that is sustainable, that is recognized, not just locally, but globally, right? For us to truly be innovative, that creativity, we want to be successful at commercializing it and patenting it and creating technologies that are new and insightful, new fabrics, maybe sugarcane fabrics. We have all this sugarcane waste, and why are we not using that, right? And there's actually that technology that exists, right? Plant fabrics. So there's opportunities. Are we innovative enough? And I would like to say that no. And I think it is probably because our ecosystem is not creating the right sort of architecture and infrastructure for us to innovate. It's probably because we always pat ourselves on the back and say, nah, we're creative, man. Not realizing we are creative, but not really commercializing. And I think it takes two hands to clap. It does take the ecosystem to be supportive and have the mechanism in place, but it also does take ourselves, us, to do more robust, structured planning, structured business planning, looking at the ideas that we've created and systematically planning how we're going to commercialize it, using the business model canvas, using financial forecasting tools, right? Networking and, establishing those products slowly, not looking for the quick wins, but going, setting up businesses for the long road. One of the most successful small and micro enterprise ecosystems on the planet is based in Germany. It's called the German Mittelstand. Maybe some of you might have heard of it. But when you do the research and literature on the businesses in that economy, most entrepreneurs plan for the long term. They don't plan for next year. They plan for the next 10 and 15 years. When they do a business plan, they do long-term planning, right? And maybe that's the difference. I'll put a little caveat. In the technology space, I don't know if you could plan for that far ahead, right? Because you literally have a small window. But I think in certain sectors, you can plan for the longer term, certainly the medium term. And so that when we plan businesses, we create structures and plans to, carry this business idea completely through and into success. Anyway, I digress. Back to this slide. I'm speaking about what sort of financing access you might have if you are coming up with something as very innovative or something as, not so innovative. I suppose I have little ticks in these boxes, but they don't seem to be here. So I'll just use my red highlighter pointy so that you can see. If you're a startup, right? If you are early stage startup with a non-business, non-innovative idea, in other words, you're just basically, selling clothes that everybody else sells. There's really no incentive for an angel investor or equity investor to become interested in your product. There's no interest as well for a grant funding program to become interested in your product. Why would a grant fund program that is focused on sustainable development, impact in, let's say, climate smart investment or new technologies, they will only be interested in products that are new, innovative, making a change to the world, making a change in terms of positive impact. If you are non-innovative, then you won't be doing those things. So things like grant funding here, you're going to be very limited. Debt financing is not available for a startup. Banks don't look at startup financing, right? Angel investor and equity investors, again, not so interested at this stage. So you're really looking at self or friends and family. So sometimes as entrepreneurs, we put up our hand and says, well, I don't have access to financing. This economy is not, friendly for financing. No economy on the planet is. for this type of, idea, right? If you're at an early growth stage and you start showing some proven performance, again, grant funding is pretty much, available for, research, product testing, and startup operations, right? But if you're at an early growth stage, your options are debt financing and or angel equity investment financing. And I find investors, they're going to want to see really strong growth potential, or you're going to have moderately strong growth potential, but your business idea is very much aligned to what they are focusing on, what their level of interest is, whether it's technology, medicine, agriculture, fashion. If you're strongly aligned to what they're looking for, then there's options for you. Bank financing, again, that's possible, again, but you're going to have to show demonstrated performance records. If you are at the expansion stage, certainly the banks will be very interested in you, and you have demonstrated financial performance, you even have export opportunities lined up, then commercial financing is going to be more of an option for you. But of course, banks are still covering all of their risk, and so they are going to look for collateral. Equity and investment becomes possible because you, on the basis of your financial strength, on the basis of your governance strength and your ability to manage. So again, that's available to you. When you are creating something that is innovative, new technology, highly impactful, creating maybe high social, environmental, socioeconomic impact based on some new design, some new technology, creating employment, sustainable development, now you have persons looking at your product with interest. Grant funders, whenever a grant fund program is put out, they typically say, they are looking for products like that, right? There's one right now with that I'm partnering with. Our company is partnering with UE Ventures, with UTC. And they do, part of that program involves a grant fund. And they are looking for technology that drives change, right? Debt financing and angel financing, not so much at the startup stage. Early growth stage down here, this little sharing link is blocking my red cursor from going inside here for some reason. But I think you can see where my cursor is. I'm somewhere at the early growth stage underneath grant funding programs. Grant funding programs typically, as I say, go for research and development. So grant, you're probably looking more like here or over on this side. Again, if you start showing early growth, you're now looking at debt financing or angel financing. Certainly expansion, where you have demonstrated good performance in your early growth stage, debt financing and angel financing. But your access to these types of financing options becomes immeasurably stronger if you're an innovative product with strong impact, making social environmental change, using new technologies, potentially exportable, things that could, create a difference in your socioeconomic environment, sustainable development, aligned to these UN SDGs. All of those things become very important in these days for investors and at the earlier stages, grant funders. So I thought I'd just show that particular slide to see which categories you'd want to pay attention to. Okay, guys, I'm not too sure how much time I have. Moderators, please jump in if you think I only have 5 more minutes or 10 more minutes. But I do have about 4 or 5 more slides I'll go through very quickly, if that's okay. Yes? Okay, I'll proceed. So within your ecosystem, I think as entrepreneurs, whether you haven't launched your company yet, you're thinking of a new idea, you have a brilliant idea, maybe you've done some preliminary testing, it works, or even if you're at an early stage or early growth stage, you want to pay attention to whether or not there are any sort of incubators and business accelerators within your ecosystem. And I'll just say what I mean by those things. Sometimes different organizations say, okay, we're running a new incubator, or we're running a new accelerator, right? Those are where you can find yourself within if you want to tap into, let's say, a micro ecosystem. And so if the entire macro ecosystem is not sort of creating the right environment for you, as is the case in many parts of the world, this is why, different groups organization or even governments get involved or partner with entities to form business incubators or business accelerators. And they do slightly different things. It sounds very much the same. They kind of overlap, but it's slightly different. So incubators, as let me get my little laser pointer again. Incubators really focus on program support at early entrepreneurship stage. You get a lot of business training, business planning training, hand-holding, mentorship. Some incubators, especially pre-COVID, not nowadays, not so much, everything is online. But pre-COVID, you could have gotten co-working space, and to sort of share the experience of your fellow developers and sort of feed off of their energy. You can get access to grant funding. This is limited. This isn't like $1 million grant funding. This is really small amounts. If you have performed well within the incubator, and you can tap into some of the funding that is available there. Typically you're looking at like $5,000 US in Trinidad, maybe $30,000 TT, thereabouts. It's not more than that. And this is literally to help you sort of get to a point where you have a refined product or as close to that as possible. Some examples that I can speak about, and there may be others. So if I didn't mention everybody, I just, didn't remember to put them in, but I know Kariri has a good one. They have an innovation incubator. I chat with their team from time to time. Robert Noons is a guy who kind of runs that particular program. And they have also lab testing and lab, prototyping equipment that could help you develop your idea. They do training, they do mentorship, and they do, if I'm not mistaken, provide some small amounts of funding available if you qualify and meet their criteria. Nedco has something very similar. They don't have the lab and the facilities to help you test your product, but they do provide, they have, well-established training programs that they do, and they can also tap you into their finance program if you qualify based on your performance within the incubator, within their training. I run a program within the UE, it's the UE Ventures. I also manage the UE Entrepreneurship Unit. Both of those entities can provide you with training and mentorship. The UE Ventures does have a Ventures app that you can go online at Ventures. Just if you type in ueventureslimited.com, and that's our website, and you just click register, it will take you to the Ventures app. Massey also has a great program called Nudge that allows entrepreneurs, again, to get training and then get access into their marketing and distribution network. And of course, well, it's Massey, so it's regional. So it's a great opportunity there as well. And, there may be a couple others. If I'm not mistaken, YBTT also has one that's pretty good. YTEP is something that is kind of almost like a longer term type of program, but in terms of concept, it's fairly similar in terms of the training and the access to opportunities that you can get, right? So there are a number of different programs that are out there. You just have to go looking and pay attention. I've named a few. In terms of accelerators work more with innovators and entrepreneurs who are the advanced stage of their technology development or their product development. And it's almost getting ready for launch in terms of business commercialization. And they provide, industry experts to sit in with you on your product development and develop strategies for rapid growth and rapid development of your business idea. And they tap into investment capital that can be channeled to you and your business to help that grow really, really rapidly. As I mentioned earlier, I kind of manage one with partnered with UTC, Unit Trust Corporation. That's called the Upreneur program. And that's been launched a couple months ago. It's been working really, really well. We got about 700 applicants. We've shortlisted down to 300, and we're working with that group right now. They're all on our Ventures app. And they're working towards hopefully becoming one of the top 30 projects that will pitch for investment capital, and about $2.2 million has been pledged for those projects. So that's a great program. And then, there are other programs that, different entities have run from time to time, right? There's another one that's really good that I've, started making, having discussions with Caribbean Climate Smart Business Accelerator. They have really serious investors. They're prepared to invest in technology, any viable, feasible, market-ready technology that has a positive impact on the climate, proactive positive impact on climate management, and protection of our environment. As we know, the Caribbean is very vulnerable in that. And that could be anything. It can even be in the creative sector if it is that you created technology that allows for, lower, damage to the environment through, the sort of trending type of, clothing and fabrics. Maybe I know some entrepreneurs are going into, recycled garments and bringing garments back from the dead, so to speak, right? So there may be technologies that could align to what they are hoping to achieve, that sort of climate smart business accelerator. And that's another really good one. I mentioned the UTC UVL, Upreneur Plus. And again, UTC has another sort of extended program that goes beyond Upreneur Plus, which is the Scale Up program. And again, they've marketed this. They have a number of really, really good entrepreneurs. I think Market Movers is one that is performed really, really well in that Scale Up program. That's Rachel and her team. I know them very well, and they have a really, really good product, and they've benefited from that program. So yeah, there are programs out there in terms of incubation and business accelerator. And I think that would be your best bet for tapping into sort of a micro ecosystem where you can get a sort of, all the different support that you want. In terms of the ecosystem, again, the ecosystem, there's a lot of literature and research on what the ideal ecosystem is, right? There's the triple helix model, which I'm showing you right now. There is the research done by Professor Daniel Eisenberg out of Babson College. He has the 6 domains model. He actually works with UTC on their scale-up program. He's actually the professor of practice that works directly with them, and a guy by the name of Walt Waltnell, he's a good friend of mine, who's actually running that scale-up program as well. But on the basics, knowing your ecosystem, an ecosystem is really made up of these 3 entities, right? Governments, private sector, and universities. And there's a reason why you want to understand this, because it will help you to point yourself in the right direction, depending on what you're looking for. Universities are good at research. Universities provide higher level education, but they also run workshops, training courses, like what we do at the UE on innovation and entrepreneurship. And we do a number of those, and we're planning a couple of them coming up again soon. Right, just workshop this alone is one of the ways in which the university gets involved in providing training. So the universities are a good source for providing training workshops, but also they have the facilities to do research and technology development. That's what they're there for. They primarily focus on education and research and creating inventions that can then be converted into innovations. Right, private sector is all about commercialization. That's what they do. They understand the market. They have market knowledge. They have market intelligence. And this includes entrepreneurs, investors, CEOs of corporate companies, banks, other finance companies. This is what they do. And then within that private sector ecosystem, you get market knowledge, business operations expertise. So if you're looking for a mentor on your business operations, this is the kind of person that you want to tap into, rather than somebody at maybe a university person like me who's all about education and workshops. What you want is more like operational expertise, investment and financing expertise, market and distribution linkages. And of course, some private sector entities do collaborate with other entities within the ecosystem to run accelerator programs. UTC, case in point, collaborating with the UE on that Upreneur program. UTC is, set up, pseudo government, but it is in many regards a private sector entity, right? Government, purely and 100% entities within the government sector, they provide, the environment for us to live, work, and operate, regulation, tax laws, incentives. They also can provide grant fund programs, as they have done when they have put out the Innovation Grant Fund. I think it was publicized through Ministry of Trade and managed by Export TT. So that's Danraj Hariprasad and their team. They manage from Export TT that Innovation grant fund. You do have to qualify for it. There is a limited amount, but some significant couple $1 million well have been put into that program. And that is to really fund early stage development of innovation technology. But there must be a registered business in place before they can consider you. So there are some limitations there. And of course, just general infrastructure, roads, internet, banking, legal infrastructure, that environment allows us to function hopefully harmoniously in the ecosystem. I sort of did a quick map just to show you some of the players within the different sectors. So you have the get him a laser pointer. You have the private sector, a number of different entities. Some of these may be pseudo government, but I kind of put them over by the private sector because of what they do and their behavior in the environment, right? So you have the Trinidad and Tobago's Chamber of Commerce, Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, TTMA, Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturing Association. They are huge as far as I'm concerned. They do a lot of work to support the ecosystem. Just that TIC, Trinidad Investment Conference alone, guys, if you haven't participated in that, if you're a serious entrepreneur with a new technology, new invention, that is the place to be every year at around June. They usually have it at the Center of Excellence. It's a great event. I've participated in this a number of times. It's good networking and opportunity to sort of identify potential partners and investors. And they have a number of entities. They have a number of entities over here. Massey Label House. I know the team there. And a private company, but they do quietly support entrepreneurship and innovation where packaging and label design and product design is concerned. Commercial banks, well, we know how they operate in terms of what they can do and the level of risk they're prepared to take. Credit unions are good entities to build relationships with, very important. Good source of financing, they're very flexible. And all they simply want is your sort of savings acumen. So it's not a bad deal to sort of partner with or build a relationship with credit unions. UTC and UE Ventures mentioned earlier. I want to highlight this slide. I just want to sort of shade out highlight some of the more important ones. So just within recent times, here's my little pointy. Within recent times, I've kind of just paid attention to see what some of these entities are doing. Massey Nudge seems to be doing a lot where supporting innovation and entrepreneurship is concerned. Again, they're into the grocery business, so they do tap into and they do sort of provide a lot of support to entities in that sector. Commercial banks, quietly, I know one or two that are now looking at supporting innovation and entrepreneurship programs, including accelerator programs. In other words, they want to be more involved in incubation and acceleration. We've, at the university, just at the point of beginning a partnership with one, and they are prepared to put in some significant funding to innovators and entrepreneurs within that program. So I know commercial banks are sort of dipping their feet in that pond right now. I don't want to call names because this is still pretty much in development. But this is they have a lot of liquidity. They recognize the need for having that socioeconomic impact, and they are doing these things. And again, the focus is on about sustainable development, guys, innovation. Commercial banks recognize that they not just want to get involved in innovation and incubation and acceleration. They also feel a certain sense of obligation and responsibility to ensure that what they support meets the national economic development and diversification goals and objectives that are pretty much in line with the UN development goals, Sustainable development, sustainable communities, sustainable technologies, environmental management, environmental protection, all of those words are what investors, grant fund programs, and business accelerators are going to pay attention to. Regardless of your field, this is the sort of, has to be the backbone for your technology, sustainability, environment, sustainable communities, etc., etc. UTC I mentioned, UE Ventures I mentioned. Nedco and Kariri I spoke about. Export TT again has a a partnership with Ministry of Trade. They provide a number of other things besides just collaborating with Ministry of Trade. They do trade missions. They help to analyze the export market opportunities, and they can provide you who are looking to export your product the lay of the land for the countries that you want to tap into, and that's really insightful market intelligence that you would want to tap into. And again, it's a good team. I mean, I've engaged and interacted with them on a number of occasions. I know the general manager, and I know a couple of the work team there as well. And you call them up, they're very, very accommodating. Similarly, Kariri, they can provide support, and of course all of the others as well. Kind of picking up speed because I'm conscious of time. Last couple of slides, guys. Within the UE, this is like a micro ecosystem. Whoa, where did I go? Where's my laser pointer? Come on, mouse. I've lost my. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is just within the University of the West Indies. We have an internal micro ecosystem. So we have the entrepreneurship unit that I manage, right? And that's a simple unit. It provides business planning and business training and workshop and advice. We do that for students, but I get persons outside calling me up as well. They're going onto our website or they're getting my email and they just sending me an email. They want advice. Boom, I work with you or just give you another email with some advice and guidance. I'm very happy to do that. UE Ventures is a lot more sophisticated and formal. They have a full board of directors. We have the professor of practice, Jerry Brooks, who's the chairman of this company. It's a subsidiary of the UE itself. You have, the Ventures app operating within the UE Ventures, and anyone can tap into that Ventures app. Just go to UE Ventures website, click register, and you can access our support services. And of course, you have the St. Augustine Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. That is managed by Dr. Graham King, who's no stranger to innovation and entrepreneurship. And Stacy does provide IP management, IP advice, intellectual property advice, and manages the UE IP in particular, and does manage grant funding programs for projects emanating from the UE and or persons who wish to partner with the UE on research and development programs. And close. Why can I close this down now? I thought I had a PowerPoint malfunction. Last slide. And this is just a quick representation of how the UE ecosystem works. Persons within the UE create, invent, student or staff entrepreneurs. They go to Stacy St. Augustine Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. They partner with my department very often if the person needs a business plan. And then through the Stacy St. Augustine Center, they can either progress projects to license of technology or form one of two types of companies that UE Ventures Limited provides management oversight for, right? And that was just a quick slide just to get you a little understanding of what the UE internal ecosystem, because there's a UE internal ecosystem as well. And that's my last slide. So thank you. I'll stop sharing now. And I know I kind of went on a little bit. I think I went over time, but I'll take some questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Henry, for such an insightful presentation. I was taking a lot of notes. What I especially loved is how you broke down the entire entrepreneurship process. You have it down essentially to science, which I think is something that many people tend to miss. I think many people tend to just say, I have an idea, I want to sell, let's just go straight to market. I think it was very important to highlight that it's really important to identify gaps before you even start your business. And I think that is something that is missed as well by some entrepreneurs, because I think it's a critical element in identifying, your competitive edge in a business, especially if you are in a very saturated niche. Something that also stood out to me is the importance of aligning with investors who are within your niche, because I think it helps a lot in ensuring that said investor, beyond trying to get their return on investment, they believe more in your product or your service. So I think that definitely stood out to me. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions for Julian. I know I do, but I'll leave the floor open for anyone who's tuning in to share any questions.
Guys, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And I always say there are no foolish questions, right?
Agreed.
None whatsoever.
All right. Well, while hopefully, some questions are coming in, the question that I have for you is that you mentioned innovation a few times throughout this discussion, and I feel like innovation is a buzzword that has unfortunately lost a bit of its meaning and significance, because we all talk about, we need to be more innovative, pushing innovation and that sort of thing. And of course, I know it's still something that we need to, as you said, commercialize in our innovation, and beyond, just being creative. Can you identify or can you recall any examples of innovation locally or regionally that you can highlight, especially in the entrepreneurship sphere? If you're not in a position to, name names, that's fine, but at least highlight the angle that they would have taken that you can say was an innovative approach.
Yeah, so a really easy one, right? And it's an old one, right? I'm sorry to use this particular example, but we all know it. Remember that chubby soft drink that came out years and years ago? Well, some of you are probably very young, not like me, and you don't remember what was there before the chubby. It was just a regular bottle of soft drink, right? And what Mikhail and his team at SM Jalil did was they decided to make the bottle a little smaller, so they're really working on portion size and brand it differently so that kids can use it, fit in their lunchbox. Parents did not feel as if they were giving their kids a whole bottle of sugary soft drink to drink. And it was a hit. It was an invention at first. We created a smaller portion size, smaller bottle, but we marketed it, we promoted it, we sold it, we called it chubby, we branded it, and it became an innovation. Now it's sold all over the world, right? Every time we think like that, innovation doesn't have to be a brand new, clear out to the blue sky invention, right? You can be working with, I'm saying creatives, I'm thinking like fashion, maybe you are working in fabrics or something like that, and you've decided to, invent or make a minor change to the way fabrics are, assembled. So the texture, the coarseness, the thickness, you've made a minor tweak and you've come up with some new design or some new product, right? Minor incremental change to what was there before, but that's an innovation, right? Every time you make a minor tweak to an existing product and you commercialize that and you brand it as something that's enhanced benefit, that's an innovation. If you invent something clear out to the brand, clear blue sky, like Facebook. Before Facebook, there was no social media, right? There was internet and emails, but there was nothing like social media like we have today. So when Zuckerberg and his college partners, took this idea from, the two twins, we all saw the movie, right? And commercialized it, then it became an innovation. So an innovation can be anything. It can be a new product, it can be a new design, it can be a new process, it can be a new service, it can be a new system, it can be an incremental change to something that's there already, or it can be big change. Innovation is just a term that we use to describe improvement,
right?
Additional enhanced benefits. And that's what we're trying to do, create new value, guys. We want to enhance the value for our customer and create new value. And the process of innovating, last comment on that. It's not something that we say, I'm going to innovate today and come up with a new idea and wow, I've now innovated. No. Innovation is a mindset. We do it every single day, all the time. When you're running your business, you're selling your creative designs. Every single day is an innovation day. You are always innovating, seeing what the customer says about it, customer feedback, and going back to the drawing board and innovating again, right? It's a perpetual process.
Brilliant, brilliant, and well said. Just to add and wrap up everything, I think it's also important for everyone to know that it also means essentially solving a problem for your customer base. Am I right to say that, Julian? There we go.
Absolutely.
All
Absolutely.
right,
Yeah, that's all we need to say.
that's it. That is
Solving
it.
the problem.
Julian, thank you so very much for your time, and we will hopefully see you soon, guys. Pay attention to everything that he mentioned with regards to supportive resources, and if you have any additional questions, we will get them to Julian
That'll be fine.
as soon as we can. Thank you,
Okay.
Julian.
Lyricolia. Okay,
Bye.
guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, thank you so much again for joining us this morning at the second Caribbean Creative Virtual Summit. We had a fantastic panel from Mr. Julian Henry. Just as a reminder, I am your host, Ricolia Phillip. And if you see me on screen, check in and let us know where you're coming from. I'm currently from Trinidad and Tobago. Not currently, I am from Trinidad and Tobago. So, let's just get a bit of conversation going in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from, whether you're from Trinidad as well, up the islands, international. We just want to have an idea of, who's in the audience right now. Yeah, and we also are trying to gear up for the rest of today's incredible discussions on the theme of the next generation of creatives. All right, so we are now ready for our first panel of the summit. This panel will focus on music, fashion, passion, and purpose, and how it affects the development of the creative entrepreneur. This panel will be moderated by Chief Builder and Publicist, Ms. Adana Asson. With some 10 plus years of experience in the entertainment industry, Adana Asson has planned, designed, and overseen the construction of people and their public image. She is a builder and she is a publicist. Adana's attitude and work ethic has separated her from her counterparts in the entertainment industry. And through her boutique public relations agency, Creativa Media Public Relations, Adana has provided support to a number of entertainment personalities. Her skills in storytelling, press kit creation, biography writing, media relations, and creative conceptualization has positively impacted the perception of her clients. Adana continues to redefine the role of a publicist and is committed to creating unique opportunities globally for brands that she represents. Welcome, welcome, Adana.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Hi, Ricolia. Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes, yes.
Yes, everyone. So thank you for having me. And I have been tasked with the privilege of being the moderator for this panel. So I'm going to do some introductions and we're going to have everyone coming in one by one. So I am starting with Kimaya Glasgow. Kimaya is the founder and creative director of Kimaya Glasgow brand. She is of Vincentian and Trinidadian descent. She's a true Caribbean native and holds an associate degree in fashion with over 20 years industry experience. The Kimaya Glasgow brand is a clothing and lifestyle brand producing sustainable resort and ready-to-wear accessories, home goods, and fragrance inspired by the Caribbean history, culture, and nature. Classic Caribbean of modern living. Kimaya has shown collections in Miami Fashion Week, Dominicana Moda, Caribbean Fashion Week in Jamaica, Fashion Week Trinidad and Tobago, Tobago Fashion Week, Barbados Fashion Week, St. Kitts Fashion Weekend, and has shown in St. Lucia, Martinique, Toronto, Canada, and New York, to name a few. Kimaya is a great believer in sharing knowledge. She's a teacher, coach, and consultant. She has previously sat on the board of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Chamber of Industry and Commerce and currently serves as on the board of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines National Cultural Foundation. She's also spearheaded the formation of the recently formed Fashion Association of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and holds the role of board secretary. Welcome, Kimaya.
Hi, good morning, Adana. Such a pleasure to be here. on this illustrious panel and in your company as well. Looking
Lovely.
forward to a good discussion.
Me as well. All right, so next we're going to introduce Ren Wilson. Renelle Wilson, what we call a Ren Wilson stylist. Renelle Wilson, also known as Ren Wilson Stylist, is a Trinidadian stylist and creative director. A graduate of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, she studied international relations with a French minor. After teaching English in France for a year, she enrolled in the University of Trinidad and Tobago's Fashion Management Diploma program, where she won the 2019 Styling Prize. She has styled projects for leading fashion retailers and beauty brands and has served as creative director for conceptual editorial work. Her work has been featured on major artistic Instagram accounts such as Vogue, The Grandwood, and a host of others. An avid reader, she sees fashion as a means of storytelling above all else. She's passionate about using fashion to convey narratives that allows its wearers to look and feel their best. She firmly believes in the power of fashion to express, empower, and transform. Welcome, Ren Wilson. Ren.
Thanks so much, Adana. It's really a pleasure to be here with you and all the other wonderful panelists. Thanks so much.
Up next, we have James Hackett. He's an illustrator and designer working out of Trinidad and Tobago. He has a career that spans across advertising, carnival, print, illustration, rapso, which is a subgenre in Trinidad and Tobago, writing, fine art, and animation. An alumnus of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Hackett has embraced a career combining several of his past experiences from all creative fields he has touched. His work encompasses bold graphic elements and layered, colorful prints inspired by the Caribbean and pop culture and worldly locations like Africa, India, and Asia. After graduating in 2012 with a degree in fashion design at UTT, Hackett has been building his creative company, Lush Kingdom, focusing on illustration, print, and pattern design, creating new inspired pieces of apparel, home and decor, and creative branding services for the wider creative community. Welcome, James. Great
Hello.
to have you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And hello, everyone tuning in, and to my other panelists. Nice to see you guys.
We're not done yet. We have Nigel Campbell. Nigel is a music businessman focused on expanding the appeal of the island music globally via new media, live performance, and distribution. He publishes Jazz in the Islands magazine. He's the director of Production One Limited, producers of Jazz Artists on the Greens, the largest Caribbean jazz event in Trinidad, and other live music events. He co-hosts the podcast Music Matters, the Caribbean edition, with journalist Laura Dorish Phillip. He writes on the music industry in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, freelancing for print media and digital platforms, writing music reviews and covering the music business there. His research interests are the music business in small economies and the development of markets for the Caribbean music internationally. Welcome, Nigel.
Thank you for having me, Adana, and welcome to my fellow panelists.
All right. Last and certainly not least, we have Kevon Fodringham. Born and bred in Trinidad and Tobago, Kevon is fearless, fun-loving, and determined, and has chosen the moniker of arts for social change advocates. He is the executive director of non-profit organization CFAFF for Common Good, founder of social enterprise East Yard, where he carries out curator practice, a personal brand visioning coach, designer of an apparel and accessories line, visual artist with a budding socially engaged practice, and most recently an author with almost 20 years of local, regional, and international work experience in hospitality, education, creative, and nonprofit sectors. Over the years, Kevin has been involved with and led several projects in Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, and beyond that have provided a foundation for arts and culture practitioners. Welcome, Kevin.
Hi. Good morning, Adana, and good morning, everybody else. Nice to be here.
This is going to be interesting, and this is going to be so much fun. I hope that all our viewers and listeners are going to really be able to grasp all the amazing work and contributions that everyone here has been embarking on. I mean, I personally know Kevin and Nigel. I've known Kevin for years and years. And of course, Nigel and I are thriving somewhat in the same industry, music. So I have no biases here. I'm very interested in learning about Kimaya and Ren and James. I've become very interested after reading the bios, so I'm here to also soak in and learn as much as the others are here as well. So let's dive in. I hope you guys are ready to take this journey with me. So I'm starting with, do I do Icky Picky Punky? I'm not sure how we're gonna do this, but listen, we're gonna get it done, right? So I want to start with Kimaya, and I want you to tell us a bit about your work. And I know that might sound like vague, or it might be very open-ended, but if you can narrow that down for us in a few sentences, could you kindly tell us about the work that you're doing?
Right. So my business is primarily a sustainable fashion and lifestyle brand. Like you would have said, we focus on resort wear, we focus on accessories, home goods, and we got into fragrance a few years ago, just before the pandemic, with a collaboration with a Martinican perfumier to create a French-style fragrance that pretty much represented, it bottled the essence of our brand. That's the first fragrance. We've actually developed a new one that is more of the essence of what I think the Caribbean smells like mentally to me. So that's going to be our second one that we will be launching soon. So I was happy to hear in Ren's introduction that she's about storytelling, because I think that's what Caribbean people do very well. And I think I try to tell the story of the history of our people's contrast, conflict, colonialism, global trekking through actually a very minimalist style brand. I don't like a lot of fuss. I like to, after I design, I like to subtract, like what Coco Chanel said, take a look in the mirror and then take off the last accessory you put on, that one thing. I like clean, but I do also like excess as well too, but then in my style, I'm very clean in terms of my perspective. I've also gotten into, thanks to the pandemic, the services side of business, because I think everybody owed it to themselves that if they were doing product, to look at services as an avenue for income generation as a pivot during the pandemic. So I've started offering coaching. I'm getting more into the social entrepreneurship space because I'm a big believer in gender equality through the economy, making sure that women have equal opportunities to earn money that is their own, whether they're part of a family or not. And I think, we all know that there are economic differences and disparities all around the world, including in the Caribbean as well too. And especially in a country like my own, which is a third world country, we don't like to speak in those terms because we know those terms are, to me, we have to find a different way to say third world, but we understand what that is. We have a lot of poverty, and fashion is one of those careers that, even though it's an expensive career to get into, there are some avenues where there is easy entry for people to work their way out of poverty through the fashion industry. So that's pretty much what I do in a nutshell. It's a lot. And I'm not sure how I do it because with the pandemic, like a lot of people, we downsize. So a lot of it is me. So I'm now in that stage of building back out, and collaborations, I think, and we'll talk more about that later on. I think collaborating with other entities has been what has made things work really well for me and to help me to survive the pandemic. And I would love to share that with other people because I would like to see the Caribbean really get out there a bit more. You know, we need to be exporting more to bring in that foreign dollar into our region, you know, where we have to compete against blocks like Africa and Europe and the US and Mexico, who have their act a little bit more together than we do in the region because they don't have that regional divide of seawater. So we have to push even harder to bring in that foreign direct investment into the region.
Thank you very much. And before I continue, I butchered your name in the beginning. So first, let me correct that before anybody else meets you in the streets and call you incorrectly. So Kim Ya, not
it's Kimia. The Y sounds like an I.
So Kimia, not Kim Maya. So listen,
Yes,
do not
Kimia.
see her out in those streets and mispronounce her name and do that butchering that I did before. My humblest apologies, and this is my correction. Kimia.
When
listen,
our names are part of
our brands. It's important. It's so important to be able to respond to the correct calling. So when people butcher my name, I am very quickly to point it out and just be like, oh no, this is how it's said. So I'm doing my own due.
I appreciate that, but I mean, to be honest, I come from a family of a lot of women. And you know, when they start to call names, which one are you? I mean, it's just me and my sister in our nuclear, but the extended family. So you answer to whatever name they call you sometimes. Once they get close to you, or you know it's you they're talking to, you know. Some opportunities come from not being too fussy about your name sometimes, I find. but I am happy that you corrected it, and I appreciate it very much still.
You're very welcome. I want to hop over to James. And the reason I'm going there is because when I read this bio, which I know is very condensed, modestly condensed, right? I said to myself, wow, how is this happening when we start to talk about illustration and then there's some music in there, rap, so and then there's writing and fine arts and animation and then carnival and advertising. So much, right? What I want to do is not ask you the same question that I asked Kimia, but I want to ask you exactly as being a creative, right? How do you see yourself involved in the ecosystem, right? So as a creative, clearly as a creative and a creative entrepreneur, how do you see yourself as part of the ecosystem?
I think I'm just a very curious person. I've a little bit of curiosity and a little bit of necessity. You know, I think like many people, they wear different hats because they need to at times. So that will explain some of the career beats, but also there's that element of curiosity, you know, so what would happen if, or what does this look like if I do this thing? That has always been, I guess, at the edge of the spear in terms of the work that I've done. And you kind of choose the ones that work out better for you over time. So right now with Lush Kingdom, it started off as fashion, just creating clothing and so forth. But the real strong story that came out of that was creating original prints and using that strong visual DNA that Lush Kingdom created to go further now, to the point where at this point, I'm doing a little bit of a brand refresh, but I'm going to be focusing on creating and using that service for other companies as well. And that has been very exciting because I've been doing that quietly for the last couple of years for other folks, and I like where it's at right now. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you very much, James. I want to hop over to Renell. Tag, you're it. Okay, so there's this misconception, I think. A lot of people hear the word stylist and they just assume that, oh, it's just throw on some pieces, look cute, and there's no real science or thought process behind certain things, right? That sometimes the beautiful images that we see in front of us in magazines and stuff, it seems sometimes like if it's not much effort, right? Contrary, because I've seen a lot of stylists at work, I know that is definitely a huge misconception. I want you to tell us a little bit about your work as a stylist, and the level of thought that goes into perfecting your craft to the point of getting to that final piece that we see.
Okay, so yes, you're very correct there, Dan. A lot of people have a lot of misconceptions around the role of the stylist. One of the major misconceptions that people have is that because it's fashion related, that I'm a designer. So people think that, oh, you design clothing, they think you're a tailor, they think you're a seamstress, they think you could be sewing. So they'll be like, so if I ask you to make a dress, so you is them clothes you just make that? And you have to be fighting like, okay, no, I don't make clothes, but I help to put it together in an aesthetically pleasing way that either helps to benefit the designer, for instance, if it is you're doing styling a campaign for them or something, or a runway show, or also to flatter, of course, the end consumer, who could be just a private individual, it could be somebody who's a public figure, because as you know, whether you're a famous person or not, but I know Adana could testify to this as someone who works with artists and so forth. Your image is very important in terms of how you present yourself visually. That's a big part of your identity. So I do work with people to kind of help them bring out who they are, but in a way that is aesthetically pleasing and reflective of them. As a stylist as well, it's always a very thin line between your expertise and your taste. So sometimes so in a sense, I always try to understand my client and what their taste is and what they like and what they're comfortable with. But I also have to kind of insert in a sense, okay, what would work well for their skin tone, for their hair color, for their body type, etc. So you have to also do that and also put a little bit of your own flair in it, because that is part of what it requires. Right? I don't feel like I want to just make somebody look like a copy of me. That's not really the idea. Because a lot of people, they just say, oh, just tell me what to put on, tell me what to put on. And but I trying to understand what's your lifestyle. If it is you are working, you're a laborer, it wouldn't make sense for me to tell you to go and buy a whole bunch of three-piece suits. That does not work with your lifestyle. So of course it's good to have a suit regardless of whatever you're doing. But it's still very important that it's suited to your lifestyle. It's relevant to you. Everybody's wardrobe will reflect who they are and their lifestyle. So it's important that that is taken into account. And it's really not a matter of just throwing on clothes. There's a lot that goes into it, even for things that don't look style. Like, for instance, I know Adana spoke about the fashion magazines, but in terms of like advertisements, even advertisements, they're selling furniture or something completely irrelevant to clothes. The people are wearing clothes. They can't just go out there naked. So, unless it's a strange kind of furniture company, I don't know, I'm not judging. But, you want to put on something that, that will allow the furniture to, take precedence, whether, you have like a nice yellow chair, you may not want to necessarily put the person in something that is yellow. They'll just look like a floating head. So, all these different things that have to come into consideration when you're doing styling. So it's not just a fancy or pretty fashion thing, but it's something that is relevant in terms of in every sphere of life. Your clothing is very important. So I just wanted to point that out. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ren. Very valid points. I want to jump over to Kevon. Kevon, I saw in the bio, there was something about social change and that undertone of advocacy, right? For you, I want to ask, how important is community for the creative sector? How important is create community for the type of business that you are involved in?
I believe it's as vital as air or water is to a person. When you think of the creative sector, we are literally one of the most undersourced and and unloved. I mean, everybody likes the things that we put out, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily translate and reflect into earnings for us. And I think community is so important because we have to move as a unit. So similar to what Kimia was saying, and for us to become a creative force, we have to, have a strong sector. So when you look at the States and Europe and stuff, they have budding and, buzzing sectors because a lot of the creatives are working together to put out something that is viable. And I think we work a lot in our own silos. And it's just because, one, there is a shortage of resources. So we're all fighting for the same resources. We're all fighting for the same clients because we're also very small in terms of population sizes, in terms of our countries and stuff, it's small. And what I think is important, as I always say, if the Caribbean creative sector could work as a community, it would make a lot of things more viable. Because even though our islands are like 100,000 people and 50,000 people and stuff like that, if you look at the entire Caribbean, it's 40 million people. So you are looking at an entire market that we have right here that is untapped. But yet things in terms of policies and stuff make it difficult to trade. In terms of getting your stuff to other countries, it's expensive to get to a country that is a half an hour away. So I mean, we have to look at all of these, factors that are stopping us from having a stronger community, from stopping us from gelling. Just recently, I was in St. Vincent with Kimia, and I think that it's so important for us to do more exchanges. It's so important for what, the Fashion Arch is doing, bringing people together virtually, because all of this is a form of community. And when you have community, you have collaboration. When you have collaboration, you have networking. And when you have that, it means that people can work together to produce something that can stand on the world stage. So I think we need each other in the creative sector more than anything else.
So very well articulated. I don't think that I could have said that any better. And I appreciate all the sentiments that you echo there. And I'm sure that all the panelists would collectively agree with what you just shared with us. Nigel, I'm hopping over to you. And this might be throwing a little bit too much at you, but I do think that you're very, very more than capable of answering this because and I have to give a little story as quickly as I can. Nigel is someone that I consider a teacher, right? I'm not sure if he's very comfortable with that title being assigned to him, but he's someone that I have observed in the industry that I am in as someone who is actively involved in music, and I consider a very useful what is your word? A very
resource.
I don't even have
resource.
Well, I was gonna say a very useful resource, but then it sounded like okay, a very useful resource. So I have called on him more than once, for inputs and conversation surrounding a number of things in our entertainment industry, right? So Nigel, this is about I wanna phrase this question properly. How important is education, right? How important is education? Oh God, it's a big question. How important is education for creative entrepreneurship, for the creative industry?
I think is one of the most important things that any entrepreneur can have in their artillery, because the creative industries specifically is ever evolving. So what you learned back in the day may not be relevant anymore. So constantly updating your information is critical. I think another aspect is we have to understand that this industry, I could talk for music, but I think generally across all the creative industries, this is a serious business. And a lot of people just kind of wash their foot and jump in because, well, it seems like an easy thing. I could sing on TikTok, therefore I must sing on that kind of stuff, right? But you have to be able to speak the language of business. You have to speak the language of creativity, and you have to have a certain level of quality. Kevin said something just now about the market with the Caribbean. 40 is 43 million. That's a lot. That's the latest number. 43 million people. More than 5 languages in out of Haiti and other places. Suriname, Curacao, Papiament, and that kind of stuff. The idea of understanding what that means and having that knowledge base to understand how to move on within spaces is critical for any kind of success in the creative industries. We have, unfortunately, a lot of people who just said, shift the jump in these songs. A lot of music, as we all know, a study was done some years ago about the music industry in Trinidad and Tobago and kind of allocated up to nearly 80% of our business, the value of our music industry is tied to carnival. And that has been extrapolated by other researchers who have shown that a large part of our music industry is based on festivals. So there's a large aspect outside of Jamaica, I should qualify that. And I'm only talking about the English-speaking Caribbean here for this particular topic. But outside of Jamaica, nearly 75% plus of our music industry is tied to festivals. Understanding that key element, I think, is very, very important. But how do you get to understand that thing? There's academic research that has been done. There are some contemporary magazines. But the idea of learning every aspect of the business, I think, is very, very critical. You, Adana, represent one of the most popular soca artists in Trinidad and certainly the Caribbean. And as you said, we have spoken. I don't want to discuss the business we've spoken about, but there's certainly some necessity, I think, for artists to understand all aspects of the business. That means they have to understand what publicity means. They have to understand what styling means and fashion. They have to understand what creativity and design means, because business, their brand is their business. And as we all know nowadays, every person is a brand. Everybody can trademark their own name, Adana.com kind of thing. But I think it's so important. And we have tertiary education institutions here, certainly in Trinidad, that teach the business of music as well as the creative aspect, certainly in fashion and certainly in some of the technologies revolving around music. I think it's incumbent upon anybody who seriously wants to get into the music and sustain a career that they have an educational backing that is serious. It's not just I'm going to read the first page of a 10-page academic paper. Read all 10 pages. It's a lifelong career. I'm older than everybody in this room here, and I'm still learning new things. When I started in the industry, social media didn't exist. Music was on LPs and cassettes. I'm sure half of you don't know what a cassette is or a VHS, right? Those are things that made music and it made visuals, video and that kind of stuff. Always keep learning. Never discount education as being too time consuming or waste of time or too hard. We just got to constantly keep learning.
Ooh, that was a mouthful. I just had to take a moment to just yes, because follow according to Nigel. That's what I want to say. Guys,
breathe.
Breathe. Guys, my overall question here is how important, right, is passion in business? Like, how important is that? Anybody can take this question first. I'm not going to call anyone out. But what does having passion in a business mean to you?
For me, it's really caring about what it is that you do. Because, I mean, you could do anything to make money, right? There are many myriad choices you have to make money or whatever. But if it's something that you're passionate about and you have a vested interest in, when things become difficult, because inevitably it will be difficult, everything is hard, every job is hard. I would not want to do any of your jobs, not because it's, a bad job. It's just everybody has to know themselves and what they're suited for. But I know where my passion is. I'm very passionate about fashion, and storytelling. So I know that if it is I going through the trenches and I am struggling, at least I have something to keep me going. Where it is, I love this. I want to do this. Sometimes I also do a bit of writing as well. And there's a famous author, I can't remember exactly who it was, who said, I don't like writing. I like having written. And that's kind of the point. You like having created the thing and you do a shoot and it looks good and it gives what it's supposed to give. And the client is happy. And that is what fulfills me and helps me to keep going, because inevitably you find obstacles. There's always something going on. There's always an issue and everything is hard. There's no easy job really. So if it is you're passionate about what you're doing, you will care about it and you'll be able to keep going. And also, you will also have to be passionate and care about the clients too, and care about people at the end of the day. Because you're serving people, everything is dealing with people. So you have to be very passionate about, because that affects your customer service. Because everybody has been somewhere where this person, they hate this job and they hate everybody who comes into this job. So they just they don't care, they don't give you any kind of attention, they don't give it no warm welcome, nothing. They just be like, where you want, and they don't care. They really don't care. But if there's somebody you're doing something that you're passionate about and you really you're doing something with a particular end goal and there's something that drives you, that will help you to withstand the difficulties. Because those jobs, when we go into those places and that we don't get the good customer service, it's not an easy job either. But if it is you're passionate about it, you will be able to dig deep and find what you need to do to be able to give the client what they want and to get the outcome that you want in the business.
I agree. When Nigel was speaking, and he, of course, gave us the mouthful on the response to education, of course, it stood out about quality, right? Because we would anticipate that being educated or well-versed in your fields would then equate to being able to put out quality products, right? Or quality services. How do we tie in quality in what we do in creative entrepreneurship? How would you say that? Kevin, I think I want to send this question your way for you to tell me, how do you think those coming into our field in creative entrepreneurship should involve quality in their, in achieving their final product or service?
Okay. Well, I would still start with the passion aspect of it. And as I always say, passion is the thing that you would do without being paid. And in the creative sector, when you're starting off, a lot of the time you're not going to be paid, So, and a lot of the time people ask you to do stuff for exposure, yada, yada, yada. I mean, we all have been through that. So being in the sector, you have to be extremely passionate, even more so than any other sector. Because again, as I would echo what I said before, we have a lot of challenges, But then it gives you the opportunity now. Passion gives you the opportunity to put something out that you are proud of. And if you keep doing that, it then means that you will develop a reputation of putting something out that is quality, right? So it really starts with passion. If I am passionate about something, I am going to invest 300% in it. Because again, I'm doing it without the motivation of being paid. I am doing it because I have to create. And as I always say, money is a byproduct. So whatever you put out, if it's good, at the end of the day, eventually you're going to find the market fit. But you have to put out something that is going to appeal to that person, that you're going to be able to find that buyer. And that means it has to be quality. I mean, we look at a lot of this stuff that people are putting out. There's art, there's music, there's fashion, everything creative. And some of the times you can tell when something was rushed. Some of the times you can tell when something was just being done because you don't really see the passion coming through it. And when something is made properly, you can feel that person's essence and their passion because they're putting themselves into it. So whatever you're doing as a creative, I think, invest in doing something really good. As a fashion designer, you don't have to put out an entire collection. Do one very good piece. As somebody in music, put out one very good song. Focus on one thing first and build. So that's for the ones who are coming up. But immediately, remember, we're talking about branding too. So if you come out the gate and whatever you put out is shoddy, it means that you have lost that opportunity to make a positive impact on that potential buyer. Because I probably won't buy from you again. I probably won't deal with you if what you put out is not good. Yeah. So it's all about living in your passion, staying in that passion, but infusing the passion into your work, and you're going to have quality work once that is done.
Definitely, totally agree. And James, I would love for you to chime in on this for me. Is there anything else that you can add as far as the importance of quality is concerned for creative entrepreneurship and the creative sector?
Well, I would say like two things. You have to find your why. Your why kind of takes you beyond your passion, right? Because there's a reason why you might still want to do a particular thing. So once you understand that, internally, that will kind of push you past any kind of troubles and that kind of thing. Some of the stuff that some of the other panelists mentioned, but also process. Process is very important. Process makes you stay professional. Is the thing that you can do. You know how something should be executed, whether you're happy, sad, sick, whatever it is, but having like a process, a way of how you do what you do, I think that is like a strong element to making something be of a good nature, good quality.
Yeah, I think that why really brings you back down to, listen, when times get really challenging, I think remembering why, especially for me, really sets things back in motion for me when things are pretty challenging. Sometimes when you feel like throwing in the towel, and I know that I'm not alone in that feeling. Kimia, I want to ask you, what are your hopes for the future for the creative sector?
Well, that's a big question. My hopes. I want to see us get some respect for what we contribute to the regional economy. Very often, what we contribute to the economy is unrecorded monies because we're often not registered businesses. I encourage new and young businesses to really start, even if you haven't registered at your company's registry, you want to make sure that you're registered at all of the bodies like NEDCO and so on in Trinidad. For me, I signed up very early. I was invited to sign up to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce here, and that carried my business forward by leaps and bounds. The respect comes from the outside, but I also think as creatives, we have to position ourselves to earn that respect because people think we're very ad hoc businesses and things like that. And I feel that being regularizing yourself, and I remember Nigel was talking about education. This week, I was talking to somebody and they said to me, but everybody knows Kim is connected. Like your name is always like in the banners and stuff like that. And they almost make it sound like it's easier for me than everybody else. But then just from what Nigel was saying, I am very passionate about education. I come from a family of teachers, my great-great-grandparents, right down to my parents, my mom and my dad, and now myself teaching workshops and so on. I'm actually teaching a workshop right now for women empowerment through garment production and so on. So I understand what education can do from a molecular level and what that causes. Sometimes you sign up for a program, you don't even know what it's about, but it sounds like a gap that you're trying to fill. And then there's some funding at the end of that program that they didn't tell you about before, but because you qualified, you got that funding, or you got a position, or you got a place. So I would like to see to people who are looking to position themselves in the fashion sector, look for everything that's not nailed down. If you can't pay for a course, there are lots of free courses out there. And make sure that you let people know, let your clientele know what you're doing, bring them in. But in terms of what I would like to see for the region, I would like to see more structure, more export, more financing, more funding, more, and like I said, just general respect, because right now in the OECS, in the region, it's recognized creative sector, music and fashion, IT, green technology and manufacturing. Those are the lead sectors. But what is the investment that's being pumped into these things? And are we getting as much pumped into the creative sector as is being pumped into, say, the manufacturing sector or the green tech sector or the IT sector? This is, I want to see proportionate support for the sector. And there are good things happening. There's UpPoint Inc. That's a platform that helps you to develop your collection, to sell your collection, to find buyers, for you to think of your business in a very structured way. There are things out there, but we need to regularize ourselves. It took me 15 years to push and prod and get people to form a fashion association in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 15 years. I used to keep saying, oh, it's like 5 years. And then one of the designers said, it's plenty more than that. You forgetting when you call this meeting and that meeting. But to get people to understand, together we are stronger. Together we can ask for what we want instead of programs being designed for us. And when you do the program, you're like, what is this? This is not relevant to what I'm doing. This is not relevant to fashion. Well-meaning organizations always coming up with these programs because they have to spend this grant money and so on. But then when you do the program, it's not relevant because they don't really ask designers, trained designers, knowledgeable designers, people like Ren, for example. All of us, we know we've been doing it for a while. So just to say the respect level, and it will start to equate into other things. And also collaboration. We need to collaborate more, and not just within the sector, but music, fashion, exact, and all of that needs to, we have synergies and we need to work with each other to propel the Caribbean brand and the individual brands and monetize them. I mean, Kevin spoke about for exposure. We all know this, and I think people know, don't cross my threshold with this exposure thing because there's a cost, there's an opportunity cost to everything. And we could sit down and write a sponsor together. Let's do that instead of always like give it free. It costs me. And if I needed to get a plumber to fix my sink, I have to pay him. It's not for exposure that he's fixing my sink. So why can't I get the same respect? Just say it.
Well articulated. Nigel, I want to jump back over to you on that same point. As far as what are your hopes for the future as far as creative entrepreneurship and the creative industry is concerned? Of course, Kimia was very clear on the importance of linkages and the importance of inclusion. So sticking there, do you have any thoughts that you can, or hopes that you can leave us with?
I think one of the things is, and it's been said often and by everybody, as well as comments by the public, collaboration. And that means forming collectives that have an advocate voice. Because all of our Caribbean governments basically create policy for these industries, but there's no advocate voice. Like music doesn't have an effective advocate voice. I'm not sure about fashion in other islands. A Chamber of Commerce is an advocate voice. But the Chamber of Commerce, certainly in Trinidad, handles conglomerates and manufacturers. Having one for creative industry sectors, I think is critical. And an articulate advocacy voice at that. It's not just a matter of like, I have an idea and I want to say it. You actually have to be able to formulate those ideas in a proper fashion. Education is key, but that is a critical aspect for the development and the further serious consideration by policymakers about the creative industries. It's on everybody's map as a diversification sector, but the real industry is not getting video talk. The real industry is having a position where you can sell music in a big way, sell music and sell rights and that kind of stuff in different markets throughout the world, North America, Europe. We got to be advocate to work together to build our brand and to build our industries.
I think one question that came to me, because it's one of the things that I think I experienced, and I want to throw it out to you guys, is, okay, it starts with passion, right? And then there's the bits of the education in there. So you have the knowledge, right? And you're operating in this creative space, right? How do you then turn that passion and the knowledge that you have into a business? Because I feel like a lot of creatives who are trying to be taken seriously as far as their entrepreneurship journey is concerned have a lot of difficulties in turning their passion into a business. So I think I want to throw this over to James. Is there any advice that you can give to creatives who are trying to now reach over into business, turn their talents into business, about what they should be doing?
So I think that process that I mentioned before, that plays a key. How do you, once you have a way of practice in terms of this is how this thing is made, is important. But the other thing, which when you work with folks in be advising you on your business and so forth, is understanding what your market is and what kind of value do you really have to offer. And if you could figure out that, so like I create paintings, who are these paintings for? That would give you the starting point, for you creating a business around that.
Kevin, James, thank you. Kevin, I see you nodding intently there. Is there anything that you want to add to James' point as we're wrapping up on this amazing panel? I can talk to you guys forever, like forever and forever. I really like to talk. That's communications is my thing.
Like James, I understand the concept of process, especially when you want to succeed in business. And I coach a lot of young creatives and not so young creatives in how to, monetize their brands. And one of the tools that I give them is called my 3 C's, which are cultivation, co-creation, and connection. So the cultivation, it's about how we build that ecosystem, and that has to do with, we have to be educated in our field. We have to have the training. We have to have the knowledge, and that's how you cultivate. So you are cultivating your skills. And then the co-creation part of it is that none of us can create anything on our own, I think. It's always good to, even if you are physically making it, you should be bouncing ideas off of other people. You should be, getting mentors. All of that is important. So we cultivate our skills, then we co-create, and then after the final C is we then connect. And that is how we, communicate what we are doing. So that is our marketing, that is our branding, that is our networking, that is getting the word out there. Because no one wants to be the best kept secret. So we cultivate, we co-create, and then we connect.
Amazing. And the 3 C's that I'm going to take with me as well. Ren, it looks like we're closing off with you. I want to know, do you have any closing words, any last thoughts, anything that you want to leave our viewers and listeners with? Throw it out there for them. Tag, you're it.
I just wanted to just kind of reinforce what James and Kevin were saying in terms of structure and process and so forth. There's a very much a stereotype, that creators are very haphazard, which is not always true, but at the same time, sometimes it is true. I think it's also important that, we have a sense of structure in terms of how we organize and operate with professionalism, and sometimes even though, we talk about small businesses, but sometimes it's better that you look at it as a big business in a way. Sometimes, because when we think in small business, we think, I don't have to do that. I don't have to answer that email now. I don't have to answer that phone, what I'm calling me for, but you have to, conduct yourself in a professional manner. And, sometimes the money does be calling, but you don't answer because sometimes we don't like to answer our phones and things. So, I say that, but, we all guilty of it on some level of, not doing that. But, it's very important to think as a business and operate in the way that you would want to be operating with a business. If you would want them to respond to you, you would want them to approach you in a certain way, be polite, and those types of things. So that is also very important. And I really love talking and hearing from all of you guys today. It was amazing. Just like all of you are very good resources, as much as Adana may not want to call it that, but all of you are really great resources, and it was really, Nice to hear you guys. Thanks so much.
This has been so amazing. I wish if we had more time to speak. I think I am going to challenge Fashion Arch and Ian for a little more time in the future, because as I told you guys, I love to talk, so we could be doing this for hours and hours, but I look forward to connecting with you guys offline and, collaborating and linking and doing whatever we could do. All the best to everyone in their future endeavors and all the prospects that lie ahead. We are signing out. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Fashion Arch, and all the best again, guys.
Thank you, and to you as well.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Thanks for everybody.
Thank you, Adana, as our moderator and our panelists. I think that as creatives, we all needed to hear this panel today, including myself. There were quite a number of nuggets that were dropped. A few, stood out to me, including a couple from James on the element of curiosity, highlighting, what sparks that creativity when you produce and, what drives you to do more. And he connected that later on as well when he said, think about your why and connecting that to your process, because I think as creatives, sometimes we get so inundated with ideas and what we could do and, how we can make all this change. But sometimes there is a bit of a challenge in bridging the gap between idea and action. So I think pairing your why with creating your process is definitely what can bridge that gap to idea, to action, and continuity. Of course, Kevin, he had fantastic points about community and us coming together as a creative force, and moving as a unit. That is the best way and the only way we can really thrive in this community. And Nigel, always keep learning. It's very easy, especially if you accomplish a couple of things, to think, rest back on your laurels and think, you know what, I'm good. I don't need to learn anything. I don't need to learn anymore. I don't need to keep pushing. But as human beings, we're always learning in this life, especially when it comes to our careers and our businesses and all of that. And if we really want to take things to the next level, it's very important to ensure that we're always learning and we're always consuming and trying to do better for ourselves, our businesses, and of course, the wider world. Yeah. So just as another reminder, guys, that at any time during today's summit, you are invited to use the Q&A tab, leave your questions and comments for our speakers and our moderators, and they will interact with you in real time, as well as the comment section to the right of your screen. If we happen to miss any questions, we will try our best to follow up and get the questions onto the relevant speaker for you. And we're about to move on to our next presenter, who's here to lend insight into sustainability and opportunities in the creative sector. I know you want to hear about that. I am pleased to introduce cultural creative connector, Ms. Jamie Bagu. Jamie has a career steeped in the cultural and creative industries. Her passionate advocacy for culture and local heritage has seen her perform with distinction in attaining postgraduate qualifications in arts and cultural enterprise management, as well as cultural heritage management from UWI. She's also certified in intellectual property, which focuses on traditional knowledge and cultural expressions from the World Intellectual Property Organization, and seeks to use her passion and purpose in her IP consultancy to assist tradition bearers in adapting to a digitized world. She has also worked on several policies and framework reports, including cultural policy, local content quota, arts and crafts sector, and the potential for sustainable tourism in the Caribbean, among others. Her current focus is spearheading activities towards the promulgation of the National Inventory for Intangible Cultural Heritage as partial fulfillment of the obligations and mandate given to the government, where they signed various UNESCO conventions regarding culture. Let's all welcome Miss Jamie Bagu. Welcome, welcome, Jamie. Jamie, you're on mute. There we go. And we want to hear from you. Oh, I think we lost her for a second. Just give us a bit while we reconnect Jamie. And I'm pretty sure you are all excited, including myself, about this discussion on opportunities in the creative sector. All right, Jamie is on standby. We're experiencing a bit of technical difficulties. Guys, you know how it is with technology, it happens. I'm just gonna take it into the comments a bit and highlight a bit about, here's some of the comments that you guys have dropped during the last panel. So we're just taking it back here. Keisha, she said this was a fantastic session. She said she loved the nuggets of wisdom. Nuggets, I kind of stole that word from you, Keisha. Nuggets, gems, all of that good stuff. Angela Knight also said, let's not forget to monetize in terms of intellectual property, which hopefully Jamie will touch on, and co-branding experiences with products and services that can work together and be sold together. Definitely agreed. Conrad Paris says that the last panel was very informative. Takia, I hope I'm saying your name properly. She said it was very inspiring. Angela again says, keep close to all your local support industries and your banks and loan officers as you'll need finances, grant finances, and angel funding. Yes, definitely. And let's also bring it back to what Julian said earlier in terms of sourcing investors, and also making the points again about trying to align yourself with investors who are already in your niche, because it does definitely form a bit of a natural alignment. Because if you have something that is worthy of investing in, they will have much more of an interest, not just an interest, but they'll advocate for you more because they already believe in that product, because they're already in the industry already. Angela is clearly very excited about this next panel. She said that her favorite area is intellectual property. So yes, I'm very curious to see what Jamie has to say about that as well. Karen Manzano said earlier that collaboration is the keyword. Agreed. Community is everything. Yes. It's interesting because as much as, we are smaller islands, whether it's Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Barbados, and all of that, sometimes there tends to be a bit of, as Kevin said earlier, we tend to operate a bit in silos, which makes it a bit harder for us to come together collectively and, bring our work forward. So it's very important to not just collaborate, and collaborate tends to be a bit of a generic word at times, but when it comes to collaboration, it's more than just saying we're working together, but seeing how we can tap into each other's strengths. We don't have all the tools for everything, so it's really important to tap into each other's strengths and networks as well. And things like that can definitely help with exposure and future opportunities. All right, we're still waiting on Jamie to come on. Just, give a bit of patience with us, you guys. Macy says she can't wait to hear what she has to say about tourism, myself as well. And taking it back a bit to our roll call earlier, we have some people, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago, yes, but we also have some people tuning in from the US. As well as, where else are we? Trinidad, the US. And I think that's it for now. You guys, I'm pretty sure we had more people tuning in. So let's all hear where you guys are from. Are there any other islands tuning in today? All right. I think we have Jamie with us. Hello, Jamie. Angela, I will probably have to entertain you guys with that song after Jamie's panel discussion with us. We're here with Jamie Bagu. You have quite a bit of people who are looking forward to hearing from you right now. So we're waiting on you to take it away. Oh, I think we lost her again, but she'll be popping back in very soon. Angela, I do apologize. I would rather you not leave this session if you hear me sing. The only place I can sing best is in the shower. So maybe I can find another way to entertain you guys, but the singing may have to hold on for a while. Angela's also tuning in from the Bimshire, Barbados. Welcome. I'd also like to hear from you guys as well, beyond where you guys are from, but based on the lineup that we had outlined in all of our promotions for the event, are there any specific individuals you guys are looking forward to hearing from? Are there any topics you guys are looking forward to learning more about? You can drop your comments in the comment section below, and I'll get back to that after we hear from the amazing Jimmy Bagu. Welcome back.
Good morning. Are you all hearing me?
We can hear you. Yes, we
Very
can.
good. I don't know what happened there.
It's fine. It happens. Take it away, Jamie.
All right. So, Ian, I think I would need you to share for me. Thanks. All right. So, for the purpose of this presentation, are we off? Yes. When I use the term creative and cultural industries, it incorporates the arts along with cultural and creative industries such as design, fashion, music, publishing, audiovisual, animation, performing, visual, literary arts, architecture, advertising, broadcasting, and gaming. As you realize, our creative and cultural industries are very wide-ranging. Yeah. The CCIs simulate business, they simulate technology, society, and they drive innovations within individual regions as well as on a cross-border level. This makes them, the CCIs, which includes culture, creativity, and design, significant elements of the modern post-industrial and knowledge-based economy. And they factor into economic development, job creation, promoting democracy, social justice, solidarity, fostering cohesion, social exclusion, fighting social exclusion, poverty generation, and demographic disparities, fighting all of those things. I believe the previous panel spoke something earlier about collaboration and cooperation. That is where they will all come in. We can change slide 2 now. The formulation of cultural policies in the Anglo-Caribbean constantly straddles the demand of global, regional, and national imperatives. And they function as in a position of post-colonial small island states, that is all of us, right, within the Caribbean islands. And I'm talking now mainly about the Anglophone Caribbean. Cultural policy making in the Caribbean constitutes mainly a melange of approaches that are in a constant state of contestation during policy making process. You could go back up one slide, Aim. Government's role is deceptively simple, which is to formulate policy, whether it be economic, cultural, social, etc., to create an enabling environment through legislation, incentives, and to support development of sectors by way of capacity building, grants, and sponsorship. Note where I said it's deceptively simple, right? Next slide. Policy ideally responds to a problem, taking into consideration who is benefiting, who will be using it, what are they benefiting from, what is needed, why do they need a policy, when is it needed, for how long is it needed, why now, why do it for them, or why do it at all, how will it be achieved, how will it be funded, how will it be used, and where. Is it on an international level? Is it local, within internally in your country? Is it regional? Is it single party or is it multi-party? Is it a partnership? Those are all things that governments tend to have or ideally should be responding to when they're creating a policy. Next slide. So we're looking at what's available. Across the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, etc., small and medium-sized enterprises have become a topical issue for policy and business agendas. They are viewed as one of the most important vehicles of the regional and national economy. Therefore, as the slide is showing, these are just snapshots of some of the documents and some of the policies that you would find that are currently driving what governments are actually trying to do with the creative and cultural industries. Because, you know, it's a sexy term now. You know, you're diversifying, we're going into the creative sector, we look into this to bring more money to the economy, right? Especially in the light of COVID. So on an international level, you have bodies like the United Nations, you have the UNESCO conventions, you have WIPO, which is the World Intellectual Property Organization, you have the World Trade Organization, you have the EU EPA partnerships and agreements that we have all signed on to. Some of these are some of the main conventions and agreements which are dictating or have guided our subsequent legislation. On a regional level, how many of you all know we have a cultural policy of CARICOM? It was done in 1994, but I am not sure if to this date any of the member states have actually implemented anything that was written in it, or even revised it, or even used it to guide their own cultural policies. I want to take a brief look at Barbados. Barbados, the CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, which is based there. Their aim really is to, their mission is to reduce poverty and transform lives through sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. And in a response to continued calls for direct grant support facility for creatives and to address financing constraints, which Mr. Henry would have spoken about in his presentation earlier about for small, medium, and micro, medium-sized enterprises, the CIIF fund was birthed. And I think most of us in this room would have known about it. It was back in 2017. That had an initial capitalization of US $2.6 million. It was intended to help in supporting the development of the CCI sector in the Caribbean. And the goal was to enable the region's cultural and creative industries to be globally competitive. Yes? The criteria that was used to assess applications were in the grant financing were things like innovation, there's that word again, keyword again, job creation, and improved enterprise sustainability. Those were among some of the criteria used. And what awardees were given really was technical assistance as well as, of course, the finance to help them with their projects. Yeah. And this is mainly for CDB's borrowing member countries. The other graphic you're seeing on this slide, the colorful, very colorful one, are the SDGs, the 17 SDGs from the UNDP. Now, it's important to note as well that when the SDGs were created, this is Agenda 2030, when they were created, not one spoke specifically to the CCI. However, the CCIs or culture is actually embedded in the majority of them. Because somehow, some of these things you can't do without culture, without the CCIs being present. And some of those goals, within those 17 targets, a goal like goal numbers 4.7, 8.3, things like that, number 16, etc. I mean, there's a whole list, but we can go through that later. Next slide. So, as a result, and as we all know, the CCIs are increasingly recognized as one of the fastest rising components of global trade, and they are key features of competitiveness in the era of digital globalization. The creative economy is a dynamic area for entrepreneurship, especially among the youth. The rise of the digital creative economy is one of the defining features of the burgeoning knowledge economy, especially given that creative content accounts for a significant share of e-commerce, as well as content on our mobile networks, on the internet, and in blockchains. COVID-19 has accelerated this process to a dramatic effect, and thereby it highlights the challenges to the CCIs, in addition to reinforcing the economic value of the digital creative economy. We can move on to the next slide. Before I touch on the challenges, the distinctive feature of the CCI. What do you think is the distinctive feature? Well, mainly that there are several transaction networks and income streams. The sector generates income from the sale of goods, which is merchandise sales, the provision of services, which will be professional fees, live performances for artists, game development, and the licensing of intellectual property, for example, royalties and subscription fees. All of these create a circular trade and an experiential economy. For example, and an example to this, a book is adapted to a screenplay for a movie. The movie then generates a soundtrack, that is a song recording, that in turn creates copyright flows. And then there's the possibility of merchandising. And under the merchandising designs are also protected and commercialized through patents, trademarks, and stuff like that. So I don't know if you can think of any examples, but let me give you three. Lord of the Rings, Black Panther, Bridgerton. Traditional knowledge, also embedded in geographical indicators within the same movies that these books create, or collective brands, also provide a wide range of possibilities for producers to increase the value of agribusiness and agri-based products through better brand recognition. So in this sense, the creative industries consist of an ecology of economic flows and value chains that are transversal and that can have a long shelf life. And they generate a myriad of spin-offs with catalytic and multiplier effects. Next slide. So the creative and cultural industries is an area in which the Caribbean enjoys some competitive capabilities and for which there's much scope for product and export diversification, because we've had the international success of many of the region's recording artists, authors, filmmakers, and festivals. I think in the previous panel, somebody mentioned festivals being one of our big earners. One of the major challenges, however, is the provision of affordable and accessible finance. Creative entrepreneurs have traditionally faced problems obtaining finance from the traditional financial industry, and new mechanisms such as royalties-based lending are not established modes of credit in the regional financial system. A side note, and going back to the CDB, they have attempted to get institutions across the Caribbean to start looking at IP as intangible assets to be used as collateral, but I'm not sure how far they got in that rollout. I do know there was some training that happened across Caribbean. Slide 8. Next slide, sorry. Challenges. So, the challenges that we are facing. These would have been highlighted as well a little earlier, but they are high risk aversion by financial institutions, lack of understanding of the financial institutions and the needs of the small entrepreneur within the creative sector, lack of knowledge on the needs of on the side of the entrepreneurs, on the needs for the needs of the financial institutions, lack of information flow, meaning somebody might know, but they may not want to share it. I don't know why, because we all operating in our silos, perhaps. And there's a lack of implementation of policies. I say here in some cases, but I really mean in most cases, because we have all those policies that I referred to earlier, and they're not all, they're just some that I deal with, I work with mainly on a daily basis. But who exactly is implementing the policy? Who reads the policies to make sure that we are keeping on track and that our key performance indicators are being met? I'm not too sure. So, in terms of in addressing high risk aversion from financial institutions as well as private investors, there's a reluctance to finance cultural and creative entrepreneurs. We all know this, due mainly to the low levels of mutual understanding of how the other works. So on one hand, I think I mentioned it before, institutions lack risk assessment protocols that will take into account the specificities of our structure of the cultural and creative business, particularly our dependence on the intangible assets providing few or little capital release as collateral, as well as the complexity of the value chain. And on the other hand, our creative people, we actually lack the skills, most of us, for business planning and financial management in that type of language to meet the needs of the financial sector. So those are things we have to look at. Next slide. So these 6 areas for intervention that would improve the prospects of the sector. Access to markets, access to finance and investment, access to knowledge and training, protection and promotion of intellectual property rights, networking and cluster development, governance in the area of information and technology. It's just a side note, but Apple today still holds in 2022 onto the world's most valuable brand title, and it is valued at more than $355 billion US, and is closely followed by Amazon and Google. TikTok is the newest entrant, and it is the fastest growing brand. It grew by 215%. I'm using the global examples because these are things that we are all using, that we all see, that we all utilize, and they are growing. How now can we then take our 40 million people within the Caribbean and get us to invest in ourselves as number one through the governments, yes, as well as being co-creators and be sharing our net worths for us to be able to get a piece of that pie. We don't need to be the number one, but as it is, as small island states, the only way we will be powerful is if we combine, if we collaborate, if we are cohesive. I'm going to slide 10 now. Next slide. So for me, the key intervention that is required, one of the key interventions rather, is that of intellectual property protection. The creative industries cannot survive in a marketplace without adequate protection from copyright infringement. Without such protection, creative entrepreneurs would be at the mercy of piracy, bootlegging, counterfeiting, and other forms of infringement, such as unlicensed broadcasting. Furthermore, a strategic system of intellectual property rights specific to the creative sector is what is needed to mobilize all forms of intellectual property rights as assets for development. And this would include a system of trademarks, collective marks or certification marks, design rights, geographic indications, patents, traditional knowledge, as well as copyright. And effectively managing these intellectual property rights, these intellectual property assets, is the first step towards designing a legal and policy system conducive towards creativity and culturally inclusive development. Presently, Jamaica is the only English-speaking Caribbean territory with a secure transactions legislation, which directly addresses the use of intellectual property rights for collateralization and security. I think it's in their Security Interests in Personal Property Act and their National Collateral Registry. However, this, as far as I know, it's been underutilized, and that is attributed to a lack of awareness and gaps in the IP system and a lack of knowledge of it being in existence. Next slide. Other interventions would include investment in innovation and research and development. That means the investment in human capital, human and creative capital, marketing and distribution. Client and audience loyalty is difficult to build and to predict. Knowledge creation and training, upskills, certification. We have the CSME skills certification for the Caribbean. Why not get your CSME skills that allows you to work in each Caribbean island, in the Caribbean islands that will accept it. Upgrading human resources capabilities in the creative sector through training in arts, as well as training in arts administration, management, and creative entrepreneurship. That is vital to our continuing. Investment in infrastructure for educational facilities involving the arts is also needed. And added to education systems, not added, education systems play a vital role in creative industries development. Even though traditional knowledge and resources offer unique opportunities for creative entrepreneurs, the nurture of curriculum design and the training environment, values, and social perceptions towards resources will also influence the growth and development of the industry. Fourth intervention, to build global competitiveness, creative industry firms need to attract adequate finance resources, which will cover the cost of artistic production, to cover the fees of industry facilitators, such as entertainment lawyers or IP lawyers, designers, agents, promoters, other technical services, Number 5, new mechanisms for financing intangible assets also need to be pioneered so that creative businesses can grow sustainably and benefit from increased access to different sources of financing. Again, we're going back to using IP assets as collateral, non-cash, non-tangible, and of course, networking. Next slide. So young people account for 33% of the global population in 2020. Therefore, they are the largest demographic across the globe. Today's youth is tomorrow's consumer who has significant purchasing and bargaining power. This is something that none of us as entrepreneurs, small, micro, medium, or even large, should fail to overlook or should we fail to be influenced by, because those are the people you're talking to, those are your future customers. John Peters' idea of creative destruction actually resonates behind the growth of creative entrepreneurship and the major innovations and paradigm changes that we are seeing today. Creativity is often the biggest asset for young people who can afford to experiment and take calculated risks in the early stage of their lives and careers when a whole range of possibilities exist. One can argue that the absence of opportunities for young people to experiment and to take risks usually differentiates a creative, flexible, and entrepreneurial society from another. So, society supporting and investing in youth entrepreneurship today is equal to a venture capitalist investing in the early stage of an innovative company that later achieves equity growth. And an economy's future structure will also be determined by today's investment in human capital and new skills. Investing in creative industries, which share boundaries with the traditional cultural sector, is investing in culture, and today's art and way of life become tomorrow's heritage. Next slide. The future. So, new institutions and special interest organizations can help to speed up the process of developing a shared identity within the creative industries. For example, a CI related, a creative and cultural industries related umbrella organization or organizations, which can help create awareness of issues relevant to the sector, such as IP rights, new networking patterns, marketing, etc. This organization will also help do lobbying and organizing network formats in order to connect diverse actors with each other. We could set up special interest organizations who would make creative entrepreneurs more visible to the public, who would help them get potential clients, who would help grow audiences, who would help influence policymakers. So in Trinidad, we have Filmco, who has started along that line, along that vein. And I'm sure, and there's others of the Caribbean, but this is what is needed. And I think the previous speakers, all of them would have mentioned something in this vein. And they not only help you with getting your audiences, etc. These are associations that could help you with work visas, with work permits, things like that. Right now in the entertainment industry, music persons who are in the music industry, some of them are hard pressed for getting a work permit to go to the US. They have to go through all kinds of besides, if they don't have their documentation in order, if they don't have a proper manager, it's very difficult for them to be able to get that work permit so that they can go and do their thing outside. We all look towards going elsewhere. To work elsewhere, which is not on the table, to work elsewhere legally, you need a work permit. And I believe that organizations such as this one that is proposed for creative industries related umbrella organizations, that is one of the roles that they should be playing for their members. So going back to youth now. So if they are empowered with the tools to express creativity through the internet and global media networks, young people of today have the means to exceed their own expectations once challenges and barriers are overcome. And the challenges and barriers really are the digital divide. Platform companies such as YouTube and Twitter have realized this, and they have thrived on the principle where investment is customer, time, and the business. And that's it for me today. I will take any questions you have.
Jamie, you dropped a lot of info and insight here for us. The comment section was definitely lighting up. Guys, if you have any questions for Jamie before we, head off, let us know now. But I would like to highlight some of the comments that came forward earlier. Angela says that it's important to know what is in your portfolio, as in what is in your intellectual property portfolio. Seeing anything here. She also said you need to have the bankers at the table. All tables where creatives are. You need the banking and financial institutions at all creative meetings. Agreed. Jamie, I realized that many people, including myself, were surprised when you highlighted that there is a cultural policy within, that CARICOM had put together. So just going to highlight and give another quick overview of what that policy entails. You might just be sharing that for us as well?
what the CARICOM cultural policy has in it.
Yes.
Yeah, it actually spoke towards being more cohesive as a region. I don't know if you're hearing me, right? Yes.
Yes.
It spoke to be more cohesive as a region, but remember, this was done back in 1994, before this was a keyword. So, in my review of it, I found that it needed some updating. And that's how I recognize that most of the Caribbean islands would not have adopted anything that they would have spoken about there. I do believe they did try. That's why CARIFESTA exists. But CARIFESTA in itself is problematic in its current form. And the other key points in it, forgive me, there was one other the main thing was about coming together as an entity. It's the same thing we are talking now, coming together as one entity. We have 40 million people now. I hope that's the correct figure I'm calling. And we need to stand together to be able to be not to be able to be, but to be able to make an impact, a bigger impact on the global stage. That's basically, yeah.
Have you heard anything recently about there being any updates to that policy, or anyone, doing anything to dust it off and review it?
When I first found it and I asked somebody, they were like, "That exists?" That was their response to me. So it's definitely very much in the dust. It's somewhere probably gathering dust.
Right.
It is something that they should look at.
Right. So I think when most of us think, at least me, when we think about topics like intellectual property, one of the first things that comes to my mind is PAN. And I know that has just been a really contentious situation and scenario for some time, to the point when, forgive me if this is inaccurate, I believe that I heard that Japan was trying to enter into that arena when it comes to intellectual property and all of that. So I just wanted to hear from you, as far as you're aware, like, what is the status on PAN when it comes to intellectual property, as well as what is holding us back from, just saying we own this? What is holding us back legally, and on paper to say that this is ours?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to tackle Japan. That aspect first. So Japan is not the only country. There are other individuals in the Norwegian states who have applied for patents to PAN. Yes. So much so to an extent they were denied their original applications, and they decided to call it something else. There is one particular couple from, I want to say is Norway. Yes, I think it's Norway. It's either Norway or Switzerland, who were able to successfully copyright another musical instrument, which is very much like a PAN, but they didn't put it. How they were able to successfully do that is because they didn't call it a musical instrument. They gave it a different application. So that's one thing. Secondly, Japan was not successful because the international bodies, when we do the patent, because that's how PAN will be covered for us, we have said it is ours. We do own it. The government of the Republic of Trinidad owns it. However, for it to get an international protection, we have to apply for patents in different places, in different countries. It covers different countries. We can do that through something called the Madrid system, the Madrid protocol, which is a whole lot of jargon I'm not going to go into right now, right? But the basic answer to that is that there are several creators. There are several people who have been credited as being the creators of the PAN. What the government will get patents for will be the GPAN. We are also pushing towards pushing legislation. There is currently in train legislation being drafted for that PAN will be declared our national instrument, and that's one way of us getting overall protection for it, as well as for it to be declared, for us to have World PAN Day declared in a day in August. I can't remember the date that is proposed. I think that should.
Okay, sounds good. Well, hopefully, we can push forward with that, because again, I think it's something that it seems as if it's been years in the making, and at first glance, it sounds as if it's something that is straightforward and obvious.
It is. The PAN was declared our national instrument in the 1990s, I believe, but there was no
right. But internationally, I believe that is where I guess some of the challenges are coming in.
Yeah. So what we So what was I saying? In the 1990s, when they did declare the official instrument, there was no documentation behind it. There was no governmental paperwork really behind it. And in them pushing for it now, that documentation, because it will become World Pan Day, for it to be declared, for that particular day to be declared World Pan Day, that is how we will get it on the international scale. Yeah.
All right, all right. And I mean, I know you probably touched on it a little bit, but if let's say someone says that they want to go, go about the process of patenting something, can you outline or highlight a bit about how long that process takes? So if let's say I invent something right now and it's something that everyone is using and all of that, is it something that I individually will have to do myself? Do I have to do it under a company? And is it something that is really costly? What is some of the elements that go into this?
Right. So the Intellectual Property Office, which is housed in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, yeah, I believe their office is on Federal Street. They're the ones who handle patents registration. It is a long process because you have to apply first, and then when they examine your application, what they look for are things like it doesn't exist anywhere else. It's been innovative. Yeah, you have to submit all your designs, the entire process of you actually coming up with the product. So let's say it is a pen, for example. Pens are common. Anybody, lots of pens are being sold out there. What gives you the distinctive edge? So you make a pen that has a push point pen, that the push point on top acts as an eraser. So you'll have to go through you have to document for them. You have to have it documented. Documenting your stuff, whether it's a very simple flowchart or a bullet pointed step-by-step process, is very important for everything actually. I believe, again, I keep referring to the previous speakers, they mentioned something about process. Somebody mentioned about process. Creative process is very important when it comes to IP. Because if you don't have it and if you cannot prove that you did it and this is how you did it, you won't be able to get some of the protection. Somebody else could come and say, nah, this is my own. Because they have these steps from A to Z. This is how they did it. Yeah. As to the cost, I cannot remember the cost, but the IPO's office is who is in charge of doing that aspect of intellectual property. They do trademarks as well. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much, Jamie. This was very insightful, and I know it definitely got a lot of conversation going. Thank you again so much. Guys, we are at our point of taking a break. It is now 12:45, and we will return at 1 p.m. This is now your chance to, take a little walk, stretch your legs, grab something to drink, get a quick lunch. And it's also an opportunity, if you are interested, to visit our networking lounge as well as our expo area, where our vendors will be showcasing their products and are waiting to live chat with you. So I hope you guys pop on over on that end to the networking lounge and expo, and we will see you back promptly at 1 p.m. See you guys in a bit. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to move along very quickly on to the second half of the second Caribbean Creative Entrepreneur Virtual Summit hosted by the Fashion Arch. We hope you guys are enjoying the discussion so far and have gained some insight and received some gems from our first set of speakers. We're now going to move on to another fundamental session filled with motivation and a wealth of knowledge. We invite coach and mentor Miss Georgina Terry to cover business clarity and mindset. Georgina Terry, aka the Passions to Profitability Expert, is a qualified accountant, project management professional, and coach with over 20 years' experience in finance, training, facilitation, project management, mentoring, leadership and business coaching, and strategic planning, as well as change management implementation. She's also a local and international inspirational speaker, including speaking at TEDx, is an accredited info dev facilitator, and the author of the best-selling book, The Amazing Race to Entrepreneurial Freedom. Georgina has delivered successful change programs and workshops in many organizations, including BPTC and Atlantic LNG, that has developed people and organizations to achieve outstanding business results right here at home, as well as worldwide in England, Canada, Jamaica, and Equatorial Guinea. She also serves as a board member of Shift Caribbean and Youth Business Trinidad and Tobago. Georgina's purpose ultimately is to assist people in living their lives and developing their businesses and careers by desire and design rather than by default. Welcome, Georgina.
Afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Georgina.
Hi. You seeing me and hearing me?
We can hear you. We can see you.
Wonderful. I'm so glad to be here.
Over to you, Georgina.
Thank you so much. So thanks, everyone, for being here. It's so great to be supporting Global Entrepreneurship Week and IEN in this event. So I'm sure everyone's been having a great time. You had a great break, and you were all raring to go. So I'm talking about business clarity or business mindset and clarity. So before I get into the main part, I just really wanted to share a little bit about myself and my journey. So growing up, I'm one of four. I'm the eldest of four. I have two sisters and a brother. And our parents told us when we were really young that the only limitations is in our mind, nothing else. And as long as you're willing to put in the work and work hard, that's the only thing that would get in your way. And so they told us that from a very, very young age, so young that we didn't contest it. And with that mindset of thinking that the only thing that can get in our way is this, how we talk to ourselves, our mindset, it's really liberating. So at the age of 16, I decided to become an accountant. And I use that word intentionally. I decided. And with having that clarity of that's what I wanted, when I sat my A-levels, I actually failed them. But knowing that I would be, and again, use it intentionally, that I would become an accountant, I was able to keep going, even though, it was devastating at the time. I had to repeat them. By having the mindset that I could still be an accountant, that I had a vision and the clarity of where I was going, was what helped me get back up and keep moving towards that goal. And I became an accountant by the age of 25. And then when I started my business, which is Business and People Development Associates, back in 2007, again, it was like, okay, I wanted to start this business. I did have some fear about starting the business. But once I said, okay, what is it I want to do? How can I get there? And really push through and have a vision of clarity. That's what helped me to get going. But the other piece that with business mindset and clarity, one must also have passion. I'm known as the passions to profitability expert. And in the sense that if you have the right passion or the true passion for what you're doing, the times when you are feeling nervous or unsure, or even sometimes you can have the vision, you need the passion is what keeps you going. It's when things are hard, because on this entrepreneurial journey, believe me, it's not an easy road. But when you have the passion is what will pull you up in the morning and keep you going, even when the results that you're aiming for are not there. And I'll tell you that in 2009, when we had the economic crash, when everything started to dry up around the world, similar to what we did with COVID, I found that I didn't have any clients, I wasn't generating any income, and ended up using all my savings. And I wasn't able to pay my mortgage, and the bank was calling, and it was awful. And there were days that I would cry and cry and cry. And then one day I was sitting in a chair upstairs and crying and thinking about, I was a failure. The business was over. I'd have to be sleeping around the savannah. That's how much that I got into my own head. Then I eventually said to myself, well, what is going on? Is this really true? Is something that could be done differently? And I started to think differently. Like, okay, Georgina, you've been in different situations before when they haven't looked good. And you were able to turn that around. And at that point in time, for me, I started to see through my life where a higher power, and for me, that was God, I'd seen those instances where things had started to change. And saying, well, okay, if things have changed in the past, why won't they change now? And with that flick of a switch, that change in mindset, I started to think differently. So I went from thinking I'm a failure and crying to start thinking, okay, where can I find opportunities? Who can I speak to? And I set myself a revenue goal, and I set myself a target of speaking to different people, a number of people each day. And so by changing my mindset more to what I wanted to happen, as opposed to what I didn't want to happen, was a real catalyst for me. And through that change, business started to come in slowly at first, and then just started to take off again. So think about that. I was sitting in the chair, 1 minute crying, and then started to change and think differently. I didn't have any money 2 minutes later, but I felt differently because I was thinking differently. So you need to think about, what is the self-talk that you are giving yourself when things are happening? Are you giving yourself, or talking to yourself in a way that moves you forward, or are you talking to yourself that's holding you back? Now, people don't want to admit that we talk to ourselves, but that's who we talk to the majority of time. And if you become aware of how you're speaking to yourself, that is one way that you can change your mindset. First, be aware of how you're talking to yourself. And then once you realize what you're saying, test and see if that's empowering you or that's demotivating you. And then work to start changing that. Now, I came up with an acronym for
Hi guys, I think we have lost Georgina for just 1 second. Apologies, technology again. We will be back with her really soon because we know the conversation was going really well, and we're just getting into that crux of understanding passion and purpose. So just give us 1 second, please. Apologies.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Technology. Just let me know if you can hear me. Hello, just let me know if you can hear me. Oh, okay, thanks. All right, so yeah, sorry about that. The technology, but I'm back. So yes, I came up with an acronym for passion in terms of what to focus on to help you with business mindset and clarity. So P is for purpose. A is a clear vision. S is in self-empowerment. The second S is setting clear goals. The I is investing yourself. The O is open or go outside of your comfort zone. And the N stands for nourishing yourself. So I want to walk through those with you to share how those areas can help you build business mindset and clarity. So the P as in purpose, when you're starting a business or if you're in business, really, why are you in business? Now, some people say it's purely to make money. Now, I say to clients, because I do consulting and coaching with women entrepreneurs. Yes, of course, to have a business, it must generate money. If not, I've said to some clients, you've just got an expensive hobby, right? So it must be making a profit. But you shouldn't be in business purely to make money. And I tell you the reason why is because it takes time. And I've seen people where they've started businesses purely to make money, and then they don't make the money. So you know what? They stop that business and they go to something else. They stop that and go to something else. And so therefore, if it's purely just to make money and have money in your pocket, then my advice to you, get a job, much easier. So have a clear purpose of why you're starting your business. And part of that is, what is the problem that your business is going to solve? What is that purpose for that business? So people will pay for something to solve their problem. So you have to be very clear on what is the problem you solve. So one of the problems we solve in our company, BPD, is women entrepreneurs who have inconsistent sales and don't know much about how to run a business and have no support. So that's the problem we solve. When you are clear on your problem that you're solving, which is the purpose of your business, it enables you now to find the people and be able to find a solution for them. What I find is most people will just start with a product. They'll start with a body product, or they'll do accounting or consulting, so they're doing the thing, but they haven't worked out what is the true purpose of the business, which is understanding the problem they're going to solve. And then the A in passion, which is a clear vision, so I cheat a little bit by making a clear vision, is then, again, from a business standpoint, getting that clarity. Who will you serve? And that means, who is your target market? Now, one of the things people say is everybody. Now, if your target market is everybody, then actually it's potentially nobody. Because when you are doing your marketing, if you are being able to clearly articulate who you are serving, whose problem you're going to solve, then you are able to tailor your marketing and the content in your marketing to that particular person. Whereas if you're saying you're marketing to everybody, your product or services for everyone, then basically you have to write your marketing in a general way. And by writing in a general way, then nobody is really attuned to it, because you have to water it down so much that it makes sense for people. And therefore, it's so watered down, there's no real pull or nugget for them. So get very clear on who you serve, who is your target market, their demographics, the sex, if it's a woman or woman man, the demographics, the age, where they live, what country they're from, what are their likes, what are their dislikes. So one of the things we talk about with my clients is how to create an avatar. And your avatar is basically coming up with a person who would be your ideal client. So you give it a name, what age they are they, married, not married, if they have children, where do they live, what type of interest do they have. So you basically create this avatar for your target market. That way then, when you are putting your marketing together, you are thinking of that person, Jane or Sarah or John or Peter, when you are putting your marketing together. So that helps give you clarity, but it also helps that person who is your ideal client to know you're speaking to them. So the other part says, know who you serve. Then know what is the value that your product or service is going to offer them. What makes your product or service different? So you can differentiate yourself, because, in the marketplace, we've got so many different, similar type products, but there's a little nuance for each one. You need to understand and be able to articulate why your product or service is different. Then you also got to think about, what is the price point? What is the price point for that product or service that you're going to offer? A price point that your ideal client, the person you've mapped out in your avatar, is willing to pay. And there are a whole number of ways of looking at pricing, and there's different pricing strategies. One way you can look around and see from what your competitors are pricing their products at. So that'd be competitive pricing. If you have what you consider a high value product or service, you can offer it as a premium price because you believe there's value in it and your target market believes so. And so there are a whole range of different pricing strategies. And then the next thing to think about is how you're actually going to deliver that. How you're actually going to get that product or service to your customers. If it's is it going to be online if you're a consultant or a coach? Is it going to be online if you've got physical products, or is it going to be you're going to have your own store, or are you going to have distributors across the country or internationally? So how are you actually going to get your product or service to your customers? And then one that maybe people don't think about is how you're going to retain them. Once you've got somebody to purchase from you, you don't just want a one-time sale. Also think about, what are you going to put in your business that allows them to continue to purchase from you? So those are things you need to think about. And then another one is, lastly, is what support do you need and from whom? And that can be both internally, so your team, if you need a team, or you outsource to different companies or persons, maybe use distributors, resellers, but then also what support do you need for yourself? So one of the services that we provide in BPD is we have a mastermind where I have a group of entrepreneurs who come together to support each other through their journeys. So they share what issues they're having and help each other work through problems, and I'll mentor them in there. So having support and like-minded people around you is really important also when having a business, because yes, your family and friends love you, but they may not necessarily understand what it means to run a business, and what it takes to run a business. So being part of a community of business owners really can support you in the growth of your business. So that's the A, having a clear vision of all those areas that I've talked about. Then the first S in passion is self-empowerment. So how do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as the MD or the CEO of your business? Or do you see yourself as the person just selling whatever it is you're doing? And I've had a client before, when she started her business, she is an occupational therapist. And when we one of our programs, she was about, what does she how does she promote herself? And she still saw herself as the occupational therapist and not necessarily as now a business owner. And they are two different mindsets. Because one is about delivering the service, which is the place we start from, that we're comfortable in. But then when you see yourself as the business owner, there is a different way of being, different way of thinking. So yes, there's the delivery of the service, but now you have to think about marketing, you have to think about sales, you have to think about operations, you have to think about finance. So I find that a lot of people who start businesses tend to get in it to sell this product or service, but are not thinking wider than that of what it takes to run a business, and shifting their mindset from an employee mindset to an entrepreneurial mindset and a business owner mindset of thinking of all those things that need to be in place to run a business. I remember years ago, I had a client, she had this fantastic business idea. And when we started talking about what she would need to do in order to build the business, the marketing, the sales, the finance, etc., she said, I don't want to do any of that. I just want to do, the service. So I said, well, there's a perfect way for you to just provide that service, that you don't need any of those other things. And she said, okay, tell me what it is. I said, well, go and work for somebody who has that business and you can just provide the service. And you know what? She actually did go and do that in the end, because she really didn't want to run a business. So having the understanding what it takes to run a business is important. And then also owning that you as a business owner, those are the things that are going to come with it. All right. So that's shifting from that just product and service selling or delivering, which is kind of the employee mindset, to all the areas of business that are needed to run a business and be a business owner and an entrepreneur. And then also under this area of self-empowerment, how do you talk to yourself? Who do you consider yourself to be? What are the skills that you bring to the table? Again, a lot of times when I work with clients who are going to start a business, they say, oh, my business has just started, so I don't know much. But you bring all those years of offering a product or service, you still bring that to the table. So your business may be young, but you're not young. You have the experience. So remember, you build that into your business. So the second S is around setting clear goals. Now, a lot of times people will start a business and they just start selling along the way, but they're not thinking about what are the goals they're going after. So what I advocate is that you should think in a year of your business, where do you want to be a year from now? And set what we call SMART goals. And it doesn't mean smart as in clever. It's SMART as an acronym. S is specific, M is measurable, A is attainable, R is relevant, and T is time bound. So as an example, you don't want to just say, oh, in the next year, I want to make more money. Because what is more money? $1? That's more than the year before, right? So you want to be clear on where you want the business to go in the next year. So you may have a goal, a SMART goal could be to generate an additional $70,000 in sales through my website by the 31st of December, 2023. So that's a very SMART goal. It's specific because it's talking about sales. It's measurable because it was an increase of $70,000. It's attainable, where you'll know if that's in your business. It's relevant because if you've got a website, you know you can bring in the online sales. And it's time bound because it's 31st of December, 2023. So in your business, take the time to really be specific about where you want to take the business. Have that true clarity of where you want to take the business in the next year, next 5 years. And if you do, I did suggest that you go 5 years first and then bring it back year by year, and then get to your 1 year. Now you've worked out where you want to be a year from now. What are the goals you would need to achieve by each quarter to achieve that ultimate goal? Whether it's getting into new markets, building your team, upgrading your website, putting in sales strategies, using a CRM, a client relationship management tool, using building in an online finance system. So think about all the areas that you would need to put in place to support that overall business vision and goal for that year. And then break it down by quarter. And then after you've broken it down by quarter, what needs to happen by when? Then what needs to happen each month? So you, at each step of the way, know where you want to be in the future and what needs to happen each month. Now you've got it broken down by each month, then you break it down weekly. And then from weekly, you break it down to daily. So therefore, if you put that structure in place, you will have clarity every day of what you need to focus on that is in service of your long-term goal. A lot of times people just start businesses and start going and trying to work out why they're not achieving what they need to achieve. But if you haven't put your goals in place and then created a plan, how are you going to achieve it? It's like saying, I want to go on a drive. Who leaves the house and just says, I want to just go on a drive? If you need to be somewhere by a particular time, you need to have set the destination. You need to set the time, what time you're going to get there. Because if not, you'll just end up anywhere. And a lot of times people do that in their businesses. They don't give themselves a destination to aim for. And then they get upset that things are not going the way they want them to be, but they never said where they wanted to go. So it's really important that you create your goals and then you work back from your goals to create your plans. And therefore, each day you have clarity on where you are going in service of the business. And then the I in passion is about investing yourself. So from a business standpoint, sometimes people say want people to, they want loans or they want grants or, they want money in their businesses, but yet they're not willing to invest in themselves. So you want people to invest in your business, but you don't want to invest in yourself. So it's so important as a business owner to find the areas that you want to, that you need to develop in order to grow your business. So if that's business development skills, which I say you must have, there's a lot of business people who start a business or think they've started a business, don't have that business experience, which is one of the things that we do, helping women entrepreneurs to get that business experience so they can grow their business and scale. Even if it's technical areas in your business, keeping yourself up to date. Make sure that you invest because you want to be the current. You want to know what's going on in the marketplace. You really want to move your business forward. You must think like you need to invest so you can give the best to your customers and your customers can receive the best from you. And make sure that you invest in yourself, both technically and then also personally in yourself to keep the business going and yourself. And then the O in passion relates to be working outside of your comfort zone. So a lot of times, we want these goals, but we're not prepared to step out of our comfort zone and do things differently. But if you're not prepared to step out of your comfort zone, how can you achieve the goals you want? So for example, you might have someone who says they want to start a business, but their sales are low, but they're too scared to talk to people about their business. But how can your business, if you can't talk about your business, how are people going to know about you? And if you can't talk about your business, one who started the business with this passion, how can you convey that? So think of the things in order to grow your business. What are the things that you are allowing to get in here that are stopping you from stepping out and doing what you need to do? Think about that. What is getting in your way? What is you holding on to where you need to just let it go and step forward so you can grow that business? And also the thing is to think about, when we allow ourselves to stay small within our comfort zone, the people we say that we want to serve are missing out because they don't know about us. I remember years ago, I had a client and she was talking about, oh, she's scared to tell people about what she does and she feels shy and everything. And I said, but do you believe in the product? Well, it was a service she offered. Do you believe in that service? She said, yes, I think people should have it. And I was like, so therefore, you're allowing your fear to get in the way of people you believe should have your service. I said, so you're putting yourself ahead of them. And she said, oh my gosh, that's being quite selfish. And being able to change that around and realizing that she was being small and not allowing the people who needed her service to receive her service. So she had to step out of the fear, step out of her comfort zone. So you think about yourself, what are you holding on to? What is keeping you small in your comfort zone that is stopping you from giving the service or product that you need to give to the people you say you want to and getting in your own way? And then the last letter in passion, which is the N, is nourish yourself. And you want to nourish yourself in so many different ways. Nourish yourself physically in terms of what you choose to eat to put in your body. Nourish yourself with having enough sleep. Now, that's something I've struggled with over the years, but I'm getting better at it. I used to say I'll sleep when I'm dead. And I realized that's not the right way about it, because if I don't sleep, then it's not going to help me. So getting enough sleep, getting enough exercise in your day. Yes, we're focused on the business, but we must, you are the engine of your business. And if you're not nourishing yourself, your business is not getting nourished. So nourish yourself with the foods, with the exercise, with sleep, but then also nourish yourself with the people you have around you. I talked earlier about, we have a mastermind of business owners. So think about who's in your space, who you share your thoughts with. Also, how you nourish yourself with what you read, and how you keep yourself up to date. Maybe not get lost on social media and all the chit chat. Nourish your mind, because also nourishing your mind is what helps your mindset stay in the way it should do. All right, so that's the areas in terms of business mindset and clarity. So it's passion. Think of passion. So passion's what fuels you. And remember, the passion is purpose. Understand your purpose of why you started your business. Having a clear vision on who you serve, what the price point will be, what value you bring, how you're going to deliver that product or service, and how you're going to retain those customers once you've got them. Then there's your self-empowerment. How do you see yourself as a business owner and what it takes to be that? Then the second S was setting your milestones, having that plan and working backwards. The I, investing in yourself. The O, going outside of your comfort zone. And lastly, N, nourishing yourself, both physically, the people you have around you, and then also how you nourish your mind. So I hope you found some nuggets in there. And I'll end right there now. So we can get the questions. Any questions coming up?
Georgina, wow. Thank you so much for that session. Like, honestly, I wish you can go on and on. I know we have other people to speak, but that was amazing. I think that sometimes as entrepreneurs and business owners, we dive headfirst into pushing out what we need to sell and to get out there, that we sometimes forget to take care of ourselves. And sometimes we're not always too gentle with ourselves, with our thoughts, especially when the anxiety starts to kick in and all of that. I made a few notes and that really stood out to me, and I have a few questions for you as well. So moving out of your comfort zone, I think, is really important, not just in terms of starting a business, but taking it to the next level and going beyond, anything we could ever imagine. And I think that when we think about, all the successful people out there who have really may change. You know, there was a critical point when they had to go out of their comfort zone to get to that point. So I think that was really important to highlight. You mentioned at one point pricing when it comes to, you know, setting up your business and your plan and structuring and all of that. Something that I think a lot of people interpret when they hear about competitive pricing is they immediately think that, okay, if company A is selling a product for $20, immediately I have to sell it at 15 in order to gain more clients or customers and outdo the competitors.
Yes.
Can you explain a bit what competitive pricing means?
Okay, so it's looking at, firstly, so can start with looking at what others are pricing their products at. So that can be like the baseline, right? But then it's also then saying, okay, I can do this. You can match it. It doesn't have to be below. It can match it. It can be a little bit higher. It's just kind of in that ballpark of what people will price. And as I said in the talk, that is just one pricing strategy. You've got cost plus. So if you have a product, it costs X to make, and then you add 10, 15, 20% on top of it. That's a cost plus strategy. Then you've got premium pricing strategy, which is then you look at saying, this is a premium product. This is the value I believe that this product is worth. And you base it on that value that the customers will get. So there are so many different pricing strategies, but when it comes to competitive pricing, it's purely one. Doesn't mean you have to match it. You just use it as a benchmark.
All right, great. Thank you so much for that. Guys, if you have any questions for Georgina, I know I'm not sure if you're seeing the comments, but they are singing your praises. But in addition to, yes, the fantastic presentation she gave us, if you guys have any questions for her, now is your time to do that, to get even more gems from her. While we are waiting possibly for any additional questions, I do have another one for you, and it kind of goes back to the early part of your talk when you were speaking about passion and motivation and all of that, and being kind with yourself. I know for a lot of us, we have all experienced, especially as creative entrepreneurs, and if no one else is going to admit it, I will admit it. We all experience periods of burnout, especially as creatives. You know, what we are putting forward is not just a physical product. We're relying a lot on our minds, you know, and our creativity and imagination and all of that. So do you have any tips or advice or techniques that you'd like to share with maintaining motivation when you are possibly facing burnouts, as well as any tips on how to limit burnouts?
So firstly, it's recognizing we all have our own triggers. So it's starting to understand yourself. So what is it that causes burnout? So understand what's triggering in you. So that's one part. And I think the other thing is we think we have to keep going. We have to keep going and keep moving and keep going and keep moving.
That's what the media tells us, you know, we have to be on this sort of hamster wheel. Yeah.
But actually, the power is in sometimes stopping and pausing. And we think it's kind of counterintuitive. I haven't got enough time. I've got to keep going. I've got to keep going. But if we can take the time just to pause and know this is going to help us, that pause allows us to sit with self, let go of the anxiety, and then we're actually fueled again to move forward. And it's even more so we're creative, and we are all creative beings, you know. So and I must admit, I'm going to be honest, years ago, someone told me that, and I said, that's a load of rubbish. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. To be still and pause in order to go forward. But luckily to say, I'm more enlightened as the years have gone on, and I'm older now. But really, when you're finding yourself anxious and you keep pushing, you're wasting energy. You're actually pushing against yourself. So when you start to feel that feeling of anxiety and that pressure, allow that to be the trigger that says, let me pause. whether it's get up and walk outside for just even if it's just 2 minutes, or today is enough. No more today. And sometimes, you know what? You can even just say, you know what? Today I don't want to get up. I'm gonna allow today, tomorrow, but this is the thing. Not gonna stay there the entire time. You've got to give yourself a time to get back up.
Right.
But taking that space for self is for self-preservation and to fuel yourself back up again. And allow ourselves to think it's okay sometimes to do nothing. Because doing nothing is actually doing something. It's giving us a pause mentally and physically.
Fantastic. I love it. I love it. My last thing that I wanted to add in before we move on is you mentioned, the importance of talking to ourselves and being kind with ourselves. And that is, of course, critical for mindset. But do you think that it's also critical for manifestation?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. So I'm talking about, having that vision, that clarity. They say, things happen twice. First in the mind and then in reality. So when you can crystallize the thought or the image, and I would say when you crystallize it, don't try and crystallize it in here. I'm old school, right? Pen and paper, or if people want a computer and a stylus, whatever you use, and get it out of your head. Because when you take it out of your head, it becomes clearer. When it's in here, it allows to stay a bit jumbled. But as I said to a client, you can't write nonsense. You have to translate it from your brain in order for it to come out. So take that from there, put it down, and create that clarity in vision. And that is what helps for the manifestation, because now you've made it tangible. It's not just a ball of words in your head.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the words. And I'm pretty sure myself, as well as the rest of our audience, has been inspired and energized by everything that you shared. Georgina, thank you again so much.
You're most welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right. Okay, guys, we are on the final stretch of the day of this Caribbean Creative Entrepreneur Virtual Summit. And we'll now hear from another group of creatives covering a space for design, art, craft, and culture, which will be moderated by men's stylist and blogger, Mr. Kyron Manzano. So a little about Kyron. His official journey into fashion and the industry began in 2012 when he started his degree in UTT's fashion management. He holds several other qualifications, including a fashion marketing degree from LaSalle College in Vancouver, Canada, a certificate in management of fashion and luxury companies from Boccini University, a degree in advertising and promotions at Costa, and a certification in retail buying from the Parsons School of Design in New York. He held the position of product development officer and events coordinator for fashion events, and his love for the industry allowed him to work in a fashion company, which exposed him to different areas within the niche. He started his own business in 2016, that is Men's Sartorial Fashion, which is a content creation platform that specializes in menswear, styling, brand marketing, campaign creation, and consultancy. At this point, he's definitely made his mark in the industry, working with international brands like Mr. Porter, Gillette, Beckett Simonon, Canali, and so much more. Take it away, Kyron.
All right. Thank you, Ricola, for that introduction. As she said, my name is Kyron. I am a men's stylist, men's fashion and lifestyle blogger, and I'm currently a model agent at an international modeling agency. Welcome, everyone, to the second part of our Caribbean Creative Entrepreneurship Summit. I will be your moderator for the second panel that focuses on art, craft, culture, and design. Today, we have a great panel for you, which features some amazing guests that dominated in their respective industry. We have with us today Erin Chandler, a solopreneur and graphic designer based in Trinidad and Tobago. She runs her own design studio, Aired by Design, which focuses primarily on branding design. Through her business, she produces a line of locally themed greeting cards called Trini Lyrics, as well as teaches online design courses. Erin is also a part-time lecturer at the University of West Indies in St. Augustine, where she teaches year two design students. She graduated with honors from Savannah College, Art and Design in Atlanta in 2012, earning her Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in graphic design postgraduate. She has worked with Above Group, Longsdale Saatchi and Saatchi, Trinidad and Tobago Film Festival, New Fire Festival, TEDx Port of Spain, and her client list includes Tricanal, Freetown Collective, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority, Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross Society, Fashion Focus, TT Rocks, Creative TT, Massey, Trinidad All Stars, and Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Erin.
Thank you.
Our next guest is going to be Erica Simpson. She's the owner, manager of Cottage Interiors and Accessories, a full-service design and accessories creation business. Ms. Simpson is an experienced and passionate artisan, having worked in the creative sector for more than 3 decades. She has been an entrepreneur for the past 30 years and has mentored several young persons from within her community and some from beyond. Ms. Simpson is a graduate of the John D. Technical Institute and the City and Guilds of London Institute, from which she obtained a level 4 certification. She's an expert in hat and bag design and creation, linen and drapery, and soft furnishings. She has recently spearheaded the opening of the retail space called Cottage Artisan Boutique. Continued teaching in a private capacity after having done so for Community Development and Exports Centers Company Limited for over 20 years. She serves as a secretary of Trinidad and Tobago Craft Entrepreneurship Network and vice president of Trinidad and Tobago Crafts and Art Producers Association. Welcome, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have Bridget Joseph, a chef from Trinidad and Tobago with over 15 years of experience in the food and hospitality industry. Over her long career, she has contributed to Trinidad's culinary landscape through her catering, restaurant, and culinary business consulting. And most noted, loved for her gourmet food trucks, Cheat Nights, which has won a culinary award for Best New Eatery at the Jamaica Observer's Table Talk Food Awards in 2017, and was featured in New York Times travel section as the most visits when visiting Trinidad and Tobago, a must visit when visiting Trinidad and Tobago. In addition, her culinary prowess, she has been a food safety specialist working through the Caribbean for several years. Welcome, Bridget.
Hi, thank you.
Next, we have Conrad Paris, an actor, voice talent, media personality with over 20 years of experience. He started his career on stage with Trinidad Theatre Workshop in 1995, appearing in productions such as Santa Claus, Mixed Nuts, and Fruitcake, Derek Walcott's Steel, Tony Holt, and David Rudder's The Band New Lucky Diamond Horseshoe Club, The King and I, and others. In the midst of his theatre training, he became involved in television through the popular soap opera Westwood Park and other local films which stemmed from a lifelong fascination with film. He is now full-time radio host on 107.7 Music for Life, a soul and jazz singer, and in 2021, he has embarked on a mission to promote local made men's fashion, grooming, and lifestyle products and services, as well as a holistic approach to men's self-improvement by founding Hamills. Welcome, Conrad.
Hello, everybody, and
Thank you very much for that introduction, Kyra. I just wanted to update I'm on Star 947 now.
Oh, that's great. And lastly, we like to bring back Jamie, who has, as we have seen recently, spoke about sustainability in the Caribbean and abroad also. Jamie, welcome back.
Thank you for having me again.
All right, we'll get right into it. First question we have for you. As we know right now, the creative industry is one of the most undervalued and underfunded of all areas within Trinidad and Tobago. But as creatives, we know the value of what we do and that it should be highlighted more. This question goes to everyone. What do you think is the current state of your respective industry, and what do you think can be done to help it move to the next stage? I'll open the floor for anybody to go first.
I guess I can start since my name begins with A and I'm always the one that starts things. Hi guys. So within graphic design locally, it's a two-tiered question, right? So what's the current state and what's the second part? Sorry. Sorry. Just making sure I get it in my head.
Sorry about that. The second part is how can we move forward to the next stage?
Okay. So in 2012, when I came back to Trinidad and started practicing graphic design, there were no graphic design jobs. If we fast forward 10 years later, there are positions being advertised specifically for graphic design. So I would say that there has been a huge increase in terms of opportunities for graphic design within the industry, which is judging from the past 10 years. Now we can actually get a degree in graphic design in Trinidad at cost that, which we couldn't do 10 years ago. So I would say that the industry is finally growing slowly. If we're comparing it to the rest of the world, it is nowhere near where it should be. The opportunities are still very limited, and the price point is still not what it should be. Roughly now, a junior designer that is hired would make between 7 to 9,000 TT dollars a month. That's the general salary of that position, whereas their US counterparts would make the equivalent of about 18 to 20,000 TT dollars. So that's just to show how huge a difference in terms of the gap that we have in terms of valuing graphic design currently within the industry. Also, as it turns out, contrary to what the rest of the world says, whereas design is a male-dominated field globally, locally we are seeing that design is definitely a female-dominated industry. I teach at UE, and every class it's more female students than male students. With even my courses personally, three female students to one male student. So we're seeing definitely that design locally is female, which is really interesting to note, especially because globally everyone says that design is male and it's a male-dominated industry. The way forward and what I think how things can improve and what's the next step, I think it's starting to happen already with all of these conversations around costing, around community building, around opportunities, that sort of thing. I think that through collaboration and through more communication and events like this, what we're going to see is a rise of more persons working for themselves. So we're going to have an increase in design entrepreneurs specifically. And I think that we're going to hopefully shift to a point where the industry locally is recognized more and paid the value of what is needed. We're still in a situation where we're having logo design competitions on a monthly basis, which is a clear example of disrespecting an industry where, typically this is something that you should hire someone to do, and not ask someone to do their job for free. So we're still very much in that state of design being a hobby, and not being taken seriously as a career. So I look forward to seeing what happens next. I hope I answered those two questions.
You definitely did. You definitely did. And speaking on that, I see a lot of people like businesses in general, and as you said, they do in these competitions that have designers competing against each other for free. It's just like you basically going for exposure. We would hire you, would take the best winner, and we would post your stuff all over for free, and that's unfair. You know,
Especially in a society like ours. I mean, if we lived in a society that was based on barter, and where we were in one of those communities where, like in Bali, for example, where people live within compounds and the family takes care of everybody. And in that culture, art competitions might make more sense because you don't need to rely necessarily on getting paid to eat, to have shelter, to have your basic needs met. So maybe in that culture, it's okay. But in our society, and Trinidad and Tobago specifically, we need money to do everything. We need money to travel. We need money to rent or buy a house. We need money to eat.
especially
And
with everything going up now.
and exactly, and as the prices are going up, we're noticing that the the cost of living is increasing, but the money that you're making is not being increased at all. So much so that my father did graphic design. My father's a designer. He worked in the advertising agency in the advertising field, and his salary when he was my age is the same as the salary today. It has not increased, and that's 30 years, which is insane to me. So yeah.
All right, Bridget.
The state of my industry. Well, considering we are now coming out of like pandemic lockdown stages, I would say my industry is in like a state of emergency. With regards to the war in Ukraine, affecting supply chains globally, not for just me, but for all industries. Um, the staffing issues because people left the industry completely because of the instability and not having jobs for months or even the whole 2 years because people were just let go. And then us not having a talent pool to pull from for the future because of the closure of TTHGI. So, yeah, that is my industry.
And how do you see it going forward? How can we improve on this area?
Oh, well, we definitely need an intervention of some sort from, I don't know, I hate to say the government, but the government, because I can't open a school. There are some people that have opened like little institutes and people are doing little certificates, but for an industry like this, especially if we would like to push towards more tourism, we do need human resources to work in these hotels, restaurants, tour guide companies, tours. We need human beings. And if we don't have an institute developing these people, what's happening right now, it's very difficult to even find employees for a new restaurant to open. So what can be done? I'm not quite sure. Allow people, the CSME, if we could make it easier for people to get the CSME certificate for this field, for our industry, because our guidelines in Trinidad are a bit more strict than, let's say, Jamaica, who allows security guards to get a certificate, and hairdressers, and they come to other islands. We don't allow cooks and chefs with whoever to get these things, and then they come and, the whole immigration status and all these things kind of prevents people.
Yeah, and I think that would also broaden the culture of the country as well, bringing other cultures to our
Yeah.
island and in true food, especially as food as one of our biggest thing that is being recognized apart from soca and carnival. Food is
Yeah.
it's all over the world. We see bloggers on TikTok in Canada tasting out roti.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
New York, in Germany, we seeing these things. So food is actually a great way
So
to
it definitely
expand.
has to be a partnership between people in the industry and, I guess, Ministry of National Security, whoever takes care of work permits and immigration statuses.
All right, Conrad, up to you now.
Right. First, once again, it is great to be amongst everyone here, not just, well, mainly because I am learning a lot about what is taking place in the different cultural facets. I could say that in my particular field, I've had the opportunity to have observer status for a while now. I haven't been an active actor per se for, let's say, about 5 years. So I've had the opportunity to be an audience member. And then you have to take into consideration the fact that there haven't been that many performances to attend. And this is not just because of COVID. Pre-COVID and being involved as an actor for so long, the past 2 going on 3 decades, I've gotten to see the progression or regression, if you will, from performing to packed houses 6-7 times a week to the situation where we could only perform on weekends because it's become increasingly expensive for producers to mount productions. Back in the days when you would advertise by popular demand, it really was a matter of by popular demand. Well, not even, no, actually it's the opposite. Back then you could, a little insight, producers would probably use that as a little gimmick, to get people in. But now it's really a matter of whether or not something comes by popular demand, because you can only afford so much. You can only afford two nights a week, and maybe you could afford 2 weeks. You can't afford the whole month, So there is that, and how that would affect performance. That is a glimpse of it from the production standpoint. From the performance standpoint, as an actor, again, having the experience working in theater where you would have a long run of a show, maybe 3 months, 4 months, week in, week out, we're performing this thing, we're growing within the performance, and the audience is growing with us. And the relationships on stage are reflected and amplified by the relationships with the audience. And that is the kind of thing that could only be afforded with a long run. Now, with productions being what they are, coming out as often as they can, and an actor doesn't have the opportunity to develop that kind of relationship with the audience. One, you're not sure what size of audience you're going to get. And 2, you have this very tiny window with which to deliver with the fervor and the skill that you would want, or the skill that you've developed over time. There's so many. This is such a multi-pronged question. There's so many other instances. Listening to Bridget and listening to Harriet talk about what's taking place in their particular fields, and there are many of those things reflected in theater, as well as in film and television. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get into all the ways in which things can go wrong, or things do go wrong, and that, the loggerheads that you may find within the eternal battle between the creative aspect and the corporate aspect. We would want them to support us, but they would be willing to support us if we do things that we may not necessarily want to do, and that we'll keep on doing that. In the first panel, I remember they were talking about the level of respect that creative professionals get in a space like this. And this is going back to what Harriet mentioned earlier. It boils down to how much we're being paid. So, you know, there is a culture of disrespect for many, if not all, of the creative fields here in Trinidad and Tobago, where to use a Marvel Cinematic Universe reference, the creative energy that we have here in Trinidad and Tobago could very well be our vibranium. We could be a creative Wakanda. We could be a force to be reckoned with. And I'm sure Jamie could speak to that. I listened into the presentation earlier, and you know, we could implement definitely all of those things that could really amplify us and not just put us on the world stage. I hate that phrase. We're already on the world stage. We really have to find our light. It is up to us. We are not going to be allowed, you know, a space on stage. We don't need permission, but we really do need to kick things in gear. And perhaps now is a time. We've come out of these 2 years of uncertainty, and as we see in most things, there was perhaps the beginning of a thought process where we were starting to recognize certain things. But since then, there's been that push to get back to fill those buildings that all those corporations have been renting so that, you know, people can get value for their money, as opposed to really engendering thought amongst ourselves as to how to move forward and improve, not just to go back to the way that things were, but to become who and what we really need to be in order to move forward. So, but in spite of all of that, we still need to have those conversations. We still need to have more fora like these where we can get together and oh, I see that I've disappeared. Can you hear me? Right, yes. You'll forgive me. I don't know what's going on with my browser.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. But yeah, we are at a point that I got a little thrown off my train of thought there. But basically, to boil it right back down, it is a matter of us having these conversations and not just waiting anymore on governmental permission. Unfortunately, we really have to spearhead, and this is going to require a whole lot of energy. Kudos again to Georgina Terry for saying that we do need to pause. This is an opportunity for us to take that pause and gather ourselves and step back onto the stage, not necessarily with permission. We would realize that it is after we gather ourselves and put ourselves back out there that we, unfortunately, will begin to garner the support that we really need.
Yeah, I actually believe that. Would you say that spaces like Napa should make areas, or even because the building is supposed to be catered towards the film and the cultural sector and arts and stuff like that, right? So would you say that the places like Napa need to make it more available for the smaller companies to do their shows or to produce, have events for their shows, galleries, music, you know? Do you think that they should be doing more?
That is quite the question. I am not sure if I am qualified to answer that. And I try to see it from all standpoints. I may complain, and producers in particular may grind at the fact that, you know, the prices to mount a production within a space continue to increase, and the number of concessions that these spaces may give producers and performers may begin to decrease. But I could understand that they also need to survive because, again, we are in a space right now, as we have been before, even before the pandemic, where cultural activities are sacrificed. People are trying to eat, people are trying to get their study on, people are trying to work, and therefore, in as much as they would love to go and see a local cultural performance, they would probably be like, well, with the crime situation being what it is, I can't really afford to jump out at 8 p.m. in the night and come back at 11 o'clock. I don't know if there's going to be some group waiting at my gate to jump me, this, that, and the third, etc. This is stuff that we've been dealing with for decades now. We've been hearing these arguments and seeing the impact of that. You know, everything is impacting on us. You know, people's fear with regards to the crime situation. You know, the feeling, the general feeling of insecurity, and to speak to your question, Chiron, as to how perhaps spaces could perhaps provide some kind of concession to people. Again, it really boils down to the mindset of the people, not just as cultural performers, but the culture of the place, how we view culture. It goes back to education. It goes back to that post-colonial thought process that we have, that, you know, performers and artists of all kinds still need a job to fall back on. I remember, you know, in my initial stages as a performer, I had to go through, I had to battle with my parents in that regard, you know, and them wondering if me deciding to do this full time was insanity, and, you know, how was I going to survive? You know, thankfully, you know, they still managed to keep me in their house for a particular period of time. Still really thankful to them for that. But, you know, there was the thought that what I was doing was crazy. I could reflect on it now and probably agree to a certain extent. But I think it is a lot easier now for anyone who wants to become a cultural professional to do that now. Back when I started in 1995, there wasn't even a fully fledged theater program at uni. You know, it was an associate degree, I believe it was, or a diploma or something like that. No,
certificate.
It was a certificate, yes. And now we have UTT, and we have an entire theater company that, you know, attempts to put out work every month, and those are improvements, albeit very tiny ones. And there's a lot more discussion and consultation that needs to be had in order for us to move forward. And I'm pretty sure Jamie could definitely speak more clarity towards that. I hope that answers your question.
It definitely did. It definitely did. Jamie, we go to you.
Well, I wanted to give Erica the floor before I started because I think I could. I agree.
No problem.
Erica, are you ready to go? Or should I go ahead?
You can go ahead. It's not a problem.
Okay.
You go ahead.
No, right. Yes. Because so everything that the panel has been saying so far, yes, it's true. It's correct. There are several things that Conrad has said. One, we don't need permission. He's quite right. We do not need anybody's permission to do anything as a creative collective. We are our own creative Wakanda. Our culture, our innovativeness is our vibranium, right? I just want to point out something. Culturally, we are cyclical in nature. Culture is cyclical in nature as well. It just comes back in a slightly different form, in a slightly different thing to suit the purpose and the time and the innovations that we've had, right? So we are strongest. Our people have a history of being the most innovative when the need is there, and the need is now. So I am looking forward. I am actually I know we will be seeing something coming out soon. I'm hoping for it. I have my hopes up high for that, because based on the cycles of innovations within Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, it is the time now. This is the time for it now. Secondly, in terms of addressing the disrespect to the people in the cultural industry, creative and cultural industries, it's somewhat of a policy. I'm sad to say it, didn't want to say it earlier, but having no policy is actually a policy, right? And in the way they treat us, in the way that we are treated as individuals, as collectives, as anything, even for school, that has become their policy. That is the culture we have. It's not about us accepting it now. Now we have to show them that, listen, you have to stop doing this. And we're going to show them, and this speaks towards the future, we're going to show them this by, one, getting our act together, meaning through education, because yes, we need the creatives, but we also need the business minds behind it. It don't have to be 100% business. I do school tours, and when I ask the kids what, mainly Form 3s, right? They're on the brink of choosing the subjects for CXC, etc. And key, what you want to do, you always get science, you always get business, you always get it. Sometimes parents are there, sometimes parents are not. When the parents are there, that is when you get the majority of them saying, yeah, well, I have to go and do business. POB, POA, what else they have? Science, chemistry, things like that. But when the parents are not there, you hear some of them say, you hear some of the children say, well, I have an interest in this, I write poems or I write songs, but I can't make money with that because my parents say X, Y, and Z, or the people above me saying X, Y, and Z, right? We still have that mindset. So it goes back to our institutional, our educational institutions. I went to a school, the likes of Fayan, Iowa, Zeno Constance passed through that school. Not one of the students, not one of the teachers could have told me, or not told me, but none of them knew that those persons were in your school, that they had their formative years there, they got their roots there, that's where they were embedded, and that's how, and they're now flourishing, right? And it was sad. I felt a little sad because on one hand, in some schools, when I do student talks, in some schools you see, yes, they're enthusiastic, they know their work, they know they're right, they know they can go and do this, they know what subjects they want to do later on, they know they can go abroad if it's not available here. They also have the opportunity to do so, and the access and the means. However, when you have on the other side of the divide, these are schools in more rural areas, they don't even know. They don't even know it is possible.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. So for me, the sector in general is a yo-yo. You have your highs, your lows, you have your plateaus, you have your moments of brilliance when you think, yes, we're moving forward, we're going somewhere. And then there are other moments when you're like 20 years back in time. And it just blows my mind how we have been able to withstand that all this time. How it is. And that is why I'm saying we are ripe for this revolution of sorts. I don't want to use the word revolution. Back to something Conrad was saying. You create popular demand. Yeah, go ahead.
Evolution, not revolution. Evolution.
Yeah, thank you. Evolution. Yes. I was going to say re-evolution, but yeah. 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 It's definitely that. We are in a state of emergency. We don't recognize it. Some niches have it okay. They could work with it. It's livable. And others don't have it. They're making ends meet any other way they can. Thereby, they're not able to focus on the craft. They're not able to focus on the one thing. The previous panel discussed something about having the creative know all aspects of the business. Yes, that's all well and good. Know what is needed. However, you need the people behind those people. You need to let the creative person concentrate on that. So if you're the songwriter, let that person concentrate on your songwriting, but have your administrator, your manager, whoever, deal with your IP rights. I mean, you need to know what it is so that your manager don't rip you off either.
Correct.
But at least, and you know what you're signing when you do your licenses and your waivers and your whatnot and your so forth, synchronization deals and things like that. Also, we do not need to stick to here. I know we want to see progress in this space. I know this is our home. I know this is our country. We have a passion and a love for it. However, we have opportunities out there. I watched Black Panther. I'm not meaning this is I'm only making reference to Black Panther because I saw it last night.
Yeah.
There is a scene, sorry, spoiler ahead. There is a scene with Winston and Shuri, with M'Baku and Shuri in a forest. And they're talking. It's just the two of them. I know it struck me. That is Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana talking there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's not a 1 minute and it's not a flash. It was at least for it's a good time. They had good screen time.
Yeah.
And I thought, why are we not capitalizing on what we have, or what is inherent to us, to be able to be on more screens like that worldwide? I will stop there for now.
Definitely. I think there's a lot we could go on about this area, especially as with regards to, you mentioned the education aspect and students feeling restraints when it comes to picking a career area they want to go into. For me, when I was growing up, I wanted to do arts and to do art more. And then it branched out into being architecture because my parents are all traditionals. They believe in doctors and accountants, something human resources, something that is, that could get you money, right? But for me, I wanted to do art and architecture, And now as creatives, we feel like people, society and a whole put us down.
Yes.
There's no money in that. What are you doing that for?
They always say that.
Story of my life.
Yeah, story of our lives. Yeah, you can only do what you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can only do what you know, and if they don't know it exists or it's possible, they won't choose it. They won't be drawn to it.
But the thing about that is that I have come to realize is that very same mechanism, if you want to call it, system, if you will, to go off of what Amy said, that is a very powerful statement. I always knew that, but it's great to hear you say it. No, nothing being put in place is a stance, and it is that same thing that forces the ingenuity that we are known for. It is that same thing that birthed the only original instrument to come out of the musical instrument to come off of the planet in the 20th century. It's that very same thing, that very same stymieing of attempt to stymie mentality and creativity that said, "Nah, we'll just give you this." And I wonder if perhaps, well, we don't need more of it right now, but perhaps we'll need more of it in the future after we make that leap forward, where people will be sickened by more Guyanese and Trinis and Bajans at the forefront.
Definitely.
We see it right now.
And lastly, we'll have Erica, the one with the most experience out of all of us here.
Yes. We sit at your feet.
Okay, so I would like to first say that I totally agree with everything that everybody on the planet has to say, but I want to just start with a few true stories. Mm-hmm. One, the fact that the parents, most of them, never really agreed with what we wanted to do because, they all believed that doctor, lawyer, teacher, those type of things were the career paths. So being the good girl that I was, I went and worked in government for exactly 1 year.
Good place.
Yeah, being a good girl. And while I was there, in my mind, I was creating all sort of stuff. And I said, this isn't going to work. I left. Well, the whole family drama, but that's it. I knew that was the way for me to prove to me that 8 to 4 government thing is not for me. That's one. Two, on the top now, we normally, our group, which is TT side, would normally do school tours. We will take the artisans. That's when we're invited, of course, by a teacher or tutor who understand our benefit to what they do. And when we take our craft and art to these schools, the children are blown away. The teachers of themselves are blown away. When we go and we give little interactive sections and training sessions to the students, you then hear the art teachers and the drama teachers and all the teachers in the creative sector. They now want us to come back to do training sessions because they now realize the value that we bring to the table. In terms of waiting on, in inverted commas, the government, if we had waited on the government, we would still be doing what we're doing and being disrespected, not recognized, if we had just but we decided, listen, we are not going to sit here and take this because we all know about the promises that never materialize, and the government changes, the CEO of the company changes, the head of the establishment changes, and all the great plans just get, if not desk, dumped or shredded. So we decided, listen, as artisans, let us form ourselves together, use that power that everybody's talking about, that collective power, and create our own space. That's how the Cottage Artisan Boutique came to life, because, we all every weekend go to a market here, there, everywhere. Oh, yes, we love. And then we get that question, where can we find you? And none of us could say anything. You check us at the next market. And we said, this isn't making sense at all. So we collectively decided we will find a space where we can be found, where we will make an impact. We will do what we have to do, and we will get out there and get it done. So that speaks to the part of, that whole collective responsibility as creatives. And yes, we are disrespected from, as a friend of mine will say, across the board and from top to bottom. But then they don't define who we are. They cannot define who we are. We have to walk in our power, stand in our power, run in our power, jump in our power, and let them know, and that's them in inverted commas, let them know that we are here. This is our lifeblood. This is the force that we are. We are a forceful people if we get together, and that is Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, and by extension, the world. Yeah. So I hope that covers everything. And what I would like to say, because it's important about, when we talk about future, how are we going to create our future? We just have to keep pushing forward. We have to keep going at it. We have to keep learning. We have to put things in place, and that is a whole nother discussion by itself. That's just me. I'm passionate, so I kind of like to hold back on my passion because I could go on, and but that's it for now.
Definitely. I think I understand what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from, because the way things are now, we have always seen that, even in education, where little is being done and more has to be done. Take for my instance, I did fashion, right? UTT has fashion program, but for my part, I wanted to be on the back end of the fashion industry, the business sector. All they have is the diploma, right? And now they basically dissolved the program, the fashion management diploma program, and they put it into the fashion design, right? So now we have people that want to do merchandising or visual merchandising or styling, or those back end those jobs, back end jobs. They don't have a place to go. They have to go abroad to study those kind of things, right? More can be done and more should be done. We will go into the next question, which has to do with technology, right? How would you rate the digital technologies in your respective industries? How have you seen the evolution of technology grow within your industry? And how do you think it benefits you or the industry itself? I will post that for everybody. Bridget, I'll start with you.
Sorry, could you repeat that? My
no
audio
problem.
went down a little bit.
No problem. With regards to digital technologies,
Yeah.
how has it benefited your industry? How can we see more be done for your industry? How have you in yourself used the technology to better your business?
Okay,
And how do you
well,
rate it?
yeah, so I think the pandemic kind of pushed and influenced my industry into the tech world, into working with tech by means of like delivery aggregators, you know. I mean, we kind of caught up with the rest of the world in that sense. Not just us in Trinidad, but in the region as well. Um, you know, that created another revenue stream for food, for restaurants, I would say, and food businesses, that you came on to whatever app you preferred, and you know that created another stream rather than dining in guests, and it has been very beneficial to everyone. Yeah, and also all the little the catering people that popped up in the lockdowns, you know, everybody, you know, started to sell a little food here and there, you know, using Instagram as a means to get their customers, get orders, all these things. So yeah, it has been a useful tool for my field.
Eric?
I think we can go to Conrad next. Yeah.
Conrad, you want to go?
Yeah. Technology. That of course we see with the advance in social media right now. For performers, social media has become quite a thing, to the point where we have to perhaps kind of shift what being a performer is. Me, I would say, as an actor, which maybe seen more or less as a traditional field. Uh, I don't always feel comfortable with the idea of what we see right now, where you know we'd have people like Rhodey and I'm not saying that I have any beef with any of them. I enjoy what they do. I just know that for me that poses a particular challenge for me, who's not that tech savvy or that humorous for that matter, or feel so energized or so inspired to do that on a daily, weekly, monthly basis even. So there is the challenge in that, adapting towards a more social media ready stance, a method of performing. I am actually working on that, though, in the form of podcast, which will be hosted on my Hamel site eventually, once it gets up and running, which will be definitely in the new year. That is pretty much how technology has affected me. Of course, it also poses a very interesting stance for the up and coming performers. You know, I didn't have to I didn't have anything like that coming up in 1995. But now in 2022, for anybody who is graduating from UB or UTT, they're faced with the challenge. Well, okay, I may not necessarily. There aren't that many production companies out there doing work right now, and I may not necessarily want to join NTAC. So perhaps I take to social media and I develop this thing. I develop a character, or I do some kind of show. It is a great opportunity. I just think that perhaps people may need to be mindful of the technique that they may have studied, and how they use that, because social media definitely thrives on a level of sensationalism as a performer. And you know, if you can deliver something that they can come back to on a daily basis, that's great. That may not necessarily be what I am into or how I was trained, but the performer of today will definitely need to be mindful of that. I think that is perhaps the greatest challenge that social media and technology poses on acting and drama and theatre. I hope that
Can I
answers.
jump in here?
Yes.
Sure.
So while we have a lot of content, digital content, we have a lot of actors in the digital space. My issue with technology and the digital space is that we still cannot monetize all of that in Trinidad and Tobago. We have music, we have, as Conrad was, as again, I refer to what Conrad was saying, actors. Because when Facebook first came out, I said, oh my gosh, this is a new theater space, a new theatrical space for people who didn't have the guts to go up on the stage, who figured they didn't have enough to go up on stage or the training. And then you came on Facebook and you saw whole dramas and plays evolving, people's statuses, people's comments, people's back and forth. Now you have Twitter and TikTok and Instagram, all these other additional avenues. But yet again, we have no way of monetizing that right now in this country. And that's my main issue with it. Technology could help us. It can more than help us. However, it's to our detriment, the more content we put out right now, because there's intellectual property behind it. Yeah, you're right. Because you could find your video being played in Jakarta and they voice it over or they overlay you because the technology over there is even better and you don't even know it's you. And they earn money from it and you lose out. Things like that happen. So yeah, that's just my little 2 cents for that. It can help us, but we need to, yeah.
All right. Well, again, technology from our, in our field, we are basically creatives. So it was a challenge at first because then we had to relearn this whole brand new thing. I mean, we are there creating, painting, doing whatever we're doing, and upscale technology. We had to learn it. Do we understand it? Not as good as yet, but we're getting there. The benefits of it, I mean, we are able to post our work, which the whole intellectual property thing is another story, but we have to post our work for people to see our work. Yeah, that's a big story. I see the laugh. That's a big story because you know what is going. You know?
I know pretty well.
You know what is going. So we post our work and we for people to purchase and stuff happen. But it's not, we need to learn, we need to relearn, we need to find our way. But that's where it comes from. There's a challenge, but there's a benefit. And we have to try and find a balance between the both of them for, us creatives. Yeah?
Eric?
So, everyone touched on amazing points with regards to technology. Technology within the Caribbean region and specifically within Trinidad and Tobago has a very low learning curve. I think that the first thing is education. We do not educate our public well. Our public is not so much I'll figure it out people. We are more of a people that need to be shown how to do something. And it requires a little bit of patience. And this is across the board. This is Joe Public Trinidad, but this is also creatives in terms of how we even use things. So there is that, I feel like with technology, especially here, there is a bit of a block. If I am to jump into everybody's different categories, if I talk about food, ordering food online through one of the apps, it's eliminating a percentage of the population that does not have credit cards. Then it's also eliminating a percentage of population that does not have access to even open a bank account because of compliance laws. So that's a hindrance within our society because of how our society is structured. If I talk about me, for example, as a graphic designer, there's certain things that I need access to. I need access to a laptop, a very powerful machine that could run all of the programs that I have to run. I can't buy that machine here. So every time I need to buy a machine, I need to travel or I need to order online and hope that web source all of the various things don't destroy it in the process of delivering it to me. Adobe software that I use to create on, you can't get a subscription with a Trinidad and Tobago address. You just can't. So I have to lie every time and say that I'm in the United States, and that's how I get access to that software. So it's a technology conversation. It's a whole other topic because within Trinidad, we are still so far behind from a technological standpoint. There are things that, as much as we might want to use certain technologies to move beyond, and as creators, we are very much innovators and want to, set a trend and start a thing. We're still behind. We're still behind. And if something as simple as me trying to accept payments from people outside of Trinidad and Tobago, there are the technologies that exist everywhere else in the world where you could just use your phone, use an app and transfer money, boom, it's in your account. Everywhere else in the world it exists. But within the Caribbean, because of how our money is set up, because of foreign exchange issues, because of all of the different things that are going on, we don't have that technology in place as yet. So it's a hard question to answer because I see the two ends of it where it's like, yes, technology is great. Like Conrad didn't really touch on it with actors, but I've heard so many stories of actors getting to be able to rehearse together online because of Zoom, because of technology, and being able to not necessarily be in the same country. So all of a sudden I can practice online with someone in the US and someone in the UK, and we can put together something and rehearse virtually and then come together at the end. So there are the tools and there are the benefits of technology for sure, 100%, but I don't think that our society is set up in a way to allow us to benefit from it 100%. So that's my 2 cents on technology.
I totally agree with what you're saying. And just to add on to that with regards to being a creative and the introduction of these new technologies and new ideations, as a creative, we need to always be on board, always be up to date at what is going on, always be on the brink of what's new in terms of our industry, in terms of technology, right? And the minute we slip off, we get fall behind, right? We always have to constantly be on the go, knowing, posting on different networks, on different platforms, just to stay relevant. And the minute you slip behind that in those areas, people don't forget about you because we're always on the go. Things are always changing, We move into coming on to the end of one of our few final questions. In terms of inclusion and policy with regards to the front end of the business to the back end, how can we move towards sustainability, ensuring that the orange economy is respectful of the green and the blue economies? Jamie, I will send this one to you.
All right. Well, sustainability really has when people talk sustainability, they talk about three basic pillars, right? Economic, environmental, and social. There is one that's missing: cultural. That's the first thing. See, again, the disrespect continues, even, right? So, and the cultural pillar is necessary because it has value in the creation of collective narratives. Our narrative as a whole has great value, and we need to always remember that, and we need to always be pushing that forward as well. We can consolidate communities to foster diversity. We could what else we could do? We use culture as the transformative power, use the creative industries as the transformative power, which will be crucial for us to build block by block the sustainable future, right? Because I believe we can find within our CCIs an interrogative approach, a critical approach for us to nourish ability to identify and analyze current trends, complex challenges, problem solving. Sorry, I think we mentioned that sometime before. Previous speaker mentioned that problem solving. What is the problem you're solving for your customer? What is the problem you're solving for the person who's consuming your product? Things like that. What else? Let me see. We need the micro and small organizations who do not operate any for-profit form, who are entrepreneurs or not-for-profit organizations, things like that, or who are social enterprises, or who are freelancers. They can operate in a range of both the formal and the informal economies. They can they can, what else they can do? They can help bridge a gap as well. But again, it boils down to education, policy. We may not need the permission of the policymakers, but we still need to have conversations when we are having these discussions amongst ourselves. CIF had a forum this last week or so in Hyatt, and they had a lot of potential investments in the Caribbean Investment Forum, the Caribbean version to TIC. Mr. Henry mentioned it earlier this morning. The Caribbean version to TIC. They had a whole panel, half a day dedicated to financing the creative sector. How many creatives were in your room? The bankers were talking to themselves about what we needed.
Always.
And that's one of the biggest problems.
Right?
To piggyback on that, I just think that we can't even talk sustainability yet until we are established. I don't know how we could even think about. I don't know that we have established orange economy in Trinidad as yet. I don't know that there's like true recognition and establishment of the orange economy within our region. And I know that the term was brought about meant to highlight it within the Caribbean and Latin America, but I feel like that's just for corporates to have something nice to say. I don't know that we have that yet. So I don't know how we could even begin to start talking about sustainability when we don't even have the basic foundation of the things that are needed to be creative, to do the things. Bridget and I worked at a festival for 4 years, and it was New Fire Festival where we had to, bring in that green economy. That's, how do we make this, eco-friendly and sustainable and those kinds of things. And Bridget can tell you about the struggles of even what that looks like within the food industry within Trinidad, when we don't have recycling things set up naturally, when we don't have the structures in place, when we don't have the actual materials at affordable rates, because if we're talking sustainability, we're talking already about an increase in price cost, because if you're doing anything eco-friendly, it's going to be twice as expensive as whatever the cheaper alternative is, because the demand is not there yet. So I don't even think we can have this conversation yet.
Okay, I would like to totally agree, of course, but what I would like to say, so look at it from our sector. We are doing artisanal craft. And recently, I love examples, the government had all these National Geographic and, food blogger and all these, and they bring people into the country. And I always tell people there's a whole industry that they don't tap into, and that is the craft industry. Because anywhere you go in the world, if there's a little rock floating in the sea somewhere, there is a craft industry. And that craft industry has a little space where the government and the tour guides and whatever take their guests to buy local craft. Where do the people who at the top take their guests to get to buy stuff that when you turn it over, you see made in China, but I love Trinidad and Tobago on the front. And there is a whole wide range and sector of artisans that are right here, home-based, homegrown, doing wonderful craft in Trinidad and Tobago. Yet the powers that be who talk sustainability and talk about green economy and pink and blue and orange economy, because we're not even the color chart when they're thinking about us, right? They talk about all the colors except us, they themselves put them in a maxi, bundle them in a car, and take them to spaces and places where they can get, oh, I love Trinidad and Tobago, made in China. Sustainability. Okay, tell me about it.
Exactly, and I feel like we only tend to see, especially within the craft sector, we only tend to see these people being highlighted around carnival time, and if so much they are highlighted at all, right? Which is it's really unfair. It's really unfair.
We have to struggle for a space even within the carnival.
Wow.
Think about what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, with the advent of the all-inclusive everything comes made in China in a bag ready to go. You know, the wonderful, colorful huts that should be around the savannah every day in the year, because that is an industry by itself. Well, of course, if everything is all inclusive in the bands and everywhere else, where would the tourists go?
We need to bring back cottage industry. That's the whole thing. No pun intended on your name of Erica. But there's another thing.
You understand why one of the reasons behind the name.
Okay, well, right, good. But also we need to. So I want to throw out this little example. Mauritius is no bigger than we are. Their resources are even less than ours. However, they are top in the manufacturing and garment industry. Think if we do some research and go into them, because I can't remember all the actual stats right now, but Mauritius is no bigger than we are. They look exactly like us. Some of the people could be mistaken for Trinis, right? And with regards to that same thing about buying artifacts from Trinidad and Tobago but made in China, they have a whole industry that is around certifying, and this is intellectual property is going to play a big part in this as well in our future, right? Where we have a certifiable made in Trinidad and Tobago label. So to get that made in Trinidad and Tobago, to get that for export, you'll have to have some criteria and some stuff like that. But that is what we have to head towards in all areas of the sector.
I truly think that we're trying to see a little.
And
bit
I use
more
Mauritius as that example. They have that already established.
Yeah, I was saying, I actually think we are trying to see a little bit more of that. It is being developed a little bit, but it's taken a
Fashion has started it to a certain extent. Yes, they have.
It's
taking too long. I agree.
Right.
I hope that because of the situations with importing and the I hope that leads to where we now have to look back at home and resource at home and figure out how to do things locally, and hope, fingers crossed, that leads to that a boost in that direction where we're no longer looking for made in China. We're looking for, all right, what we could produce here, what is produced locally, because we don't have a choice right now. Like you can't import it right now anyway, so what you going to do about it? So I'm hoping that forces our hand a little bit as a country.
Exactly. Just something I want to highlight here from any comments. There's a barrier of inclusivity that needs to be lifted. How do we get the views and experience of grassroots that contributed and still contributes to the culture of creativity in Trinidad and Tobago, and merge with upcoming and futuristic ideas to get everyone on board? How do you guys see this?
Community. We need to focus on community building. At least that's what I think, and I think it starts with things like this, but I think it has to go somewhere from that. It has to be that I struggle with the term community because I know that community is the solution. But I have attempted to create community within my own industry, and I see the challenge and I see how much work it takes. And the pushback, and our culture is still, we're so guarded and so protected as a people because we still feel somebody going to steal our ideas. We still feel that we have to do this thing all on our own. There's a lot of education and adjustment that needs to happen, but the only way forward is through building that community. It's the only way that the creative sector can fully break down those barriers, because community will involve mentorship, it would involve passing down of information, it will involve education. It's the only way we could do anything, you know.
Yes, I agree with Ariad. That knowledge transfer is quite important. And for that knowledge transfer to happen, people have to see themselves. People have to know that it exists. So that's the first step.
Yeah.
First step in creating a community.
Bridget, you had something to say?
No.
Oh, all right. Well, again, I'm not sure where Conrad disappeared to.
He had to leave.
Okay, no problem. Well, I guess I'd just like to thank you guys for being a part of this panel, sharing with us the different areas of your industry, and informing everyone as to what is going on. You know, it was very insightful. We learned a lot, especially with regards to sustainability. Thank you, Jamie. We could see this going further on into more conversation between each of our industries, and maybe we can probably be the change that we see that we need. You know, I'd just like to any final words from you all.
I'd just like to say that, like, as creators, I feel like a lot of the times we don't have the choice, which is why I love Georgina's advice of pause. I don't know that I settled to become a creative entrepreneur. There were no other options. I tried to have a job and get that security of getting a salary every month and, you know, getting a pension and health insurance and not have to worry about those things. That would have been great, you know, and I just do graphic design for somebody. That would have been wonderful. But the reality of the situation is that most of us have to become entrepreneurs because what we want to do does not exist for us. And so we have to continue creating our space. And that can be exhausting. It's a lot of work and it takes a lot of energy. And sometimes there are days when knowing that the only way you're going to see the things that you want to see is if you do it, because no one else is going to do it, can be very frustrating. And so it's nice to be able to be on a panel and talk with other like-minded folks who are going through the same struggle. Because again, I'm always going to bring it back to community, because I think that community is the most important thing ever. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for Fashion Art. Appreciate you.
Definitely. Again, we'd just like to thank everyone for joining us and hope to see you all again.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyron, and thank you to all the creatives that sat in on this panel. This was a truly impactful conversation, and I'm pretty sure that you guys definitely found some importance and community and some level of identification and a lot of the things that they were saying when it comes to setting a special space for design. Yeah. All right, guys, we have officially come to the end of the discussions and conversations for another year of our Caribbean Creative Virtual Summit. And we do hope that you were able to gain a lot of insight and perspectives, were able to spark some new conversation, and maybe learn something that you can carry forward in your personal and professional development. I want to thank Fashion Art for once again putting all of this together. I also want to thank all of our esteemed speakers, moderators, and panelists. And to you, our audience, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Before we close off, I just want to remind all of you that the expo is still open if you haven't checked it out as yet. And the networking lounge is also open till about 3:30. So please do enjoy. Once again, my name is Recolia Phillip of Sister Isle Digital, and it was truly a pleasure to host this amazing day of activities. And I'm now going to pass you back to Ayin to wrap up this summit. Do enjoy the rest of your afternoon and have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much, Recolia. All right, good afternoon again, guys, and thank you all for being with us here this afternoon. Even if you're here since this morning, it was really just a great space. The conversation was amazing. Just two or three points as we wrap up as well before I give my final thank yous. I know too that what Ren said was something that I think all of us can take, even though it was another quote, I changed it a bit in terms of I don't like creating, if she used writing at the time. I love having created. I think it's something for us to think about in terms of the way that we move forward, in terms of what we do, and the way that we present ourselves. And as a new entrepreneur, and even ones that are already in this business, think about your business first. So it's not just in terms of what you're doing, but how you do it and how you present yourself. It really is something. And I think one of the main keys to take away, especially as we think of inclusion, we think of policy, we think of education, and this ecosystem that we have is community. It helps with knowledge transfer, it helps with support, it helps with mentorship. So we are here, we all have the experience, not all of it, as you see too, and you know too that I think Nigel said it, we are learning every day, but we are just here to give you at least that small caveat before you go forward. So again, thank you for coming. Of course, we hope that you were able to get some information from us. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you to Cindy Lou, in terms of thinking about knowledge transfer, thinking about that community that we want to build as we celebrate the creative entrepreneur, the existing, the new, and the ones to come, the next generation of creative entrepreneurship. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, our moderators. You really did make this what it needed to be. And of course, a thank you to YBTT and the GWTT team for, of course, supporting and engaging us in doing something like this, that we could have a space to have these conversations. But of course, for this initiative and everything that we're doing, we do thank you again for being here with us. The networking segment is open. Check out the expos. Everyone here that you've seen, if you check on any of the social media pages under the Fashion Arch, you can follow everyone that you have here. Any questions that you have still, please email us and we will follow up with you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and that concludes another Caribbean Creative Entrepreneur Summit. Thank you all.